Hey, Maria.
Hello, Solomon. Long time no see.
You're in the normal channel, or are you in the Spanish channel? No, you're normal right now,
I
huh?
don't see my options right now.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't do it yet. I'll do it in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Trying to get the YouTube thing set up. You're doing YouTube for the first time.
Oh, I see that.
Oh, you do? Where do you see it?
Yeah, on my top right left corner, it says live on YouTube. And it's on red, which means it's live.
Oh. All right, now how do I get the link?
I can see a drop down. Copy streaming link. Put it. You want me to put it on the chat?
Sure. No, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, you see it?
Thank you. Yeah. Got to email it to Todd. Who might be on? Is he on? No. I should probably look at the participants list. 2, you and me. That's it. So email Todd. All right, I'm going to do something. What's up? How's it going? It's just you and I right now, and we're not recording. Gotta remember to.
Oh wait, I have my I bought these. I always had a camera shield thing.
Nice.
I always forget to unslide in.
Nice. I like those.
Don't tell anybody.
I won't. The people, if anyone joins, they'll see you.
That's funny. I
Um,
was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I need to prep my mimosa for this. It's like, I need a pick me up.
oh man. All right, I gotta go to Nellie's office.
Okay.
Or no, maybe room 102. I'm trying to find something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But I think we're good on YouTube.
Cool.
So you're being broadcast on YouTube.
I will close my camera again.
All right, I'll be right back.
Cool. I'll be here.
You still there, Maria?
I'm here.
Can you read this?
It starts with school district, right?
Oh man, too high.
Yeah, you need to lower it.
Yeah. Turn.
Or drop the sticky board.
Oh, nah, it's like it's as low. That is it. I can drop the wheels or the legs. Turn. Same time, isn't it? Yeah, it's going out over Facebook. Let's see.
Almost. Yeah, there I can see it.
Oops. More for doing closed session. I'll bring it closer later.
Mm-hmm.
Is it backwards or is it forward?
No, it looks fine. I can read it.
Okay. So I'll get it out of the way for now. Let's see. No, oh, there's an attendee. Okay. I'm going to open your channel now, Maria.
Okay. I see it.
Thank you. I don't know as if the Facebook live broadcast can do two channels. I don't think so.
Hi. How are you? I'm not that good at reading lips.
We have a broader audience. We're broadcasting on Facebook right now. Hey, Lara.
Hey.
So currently what we are saying is being recorded.
No, not recording, but it is being broadcast.
It's live on YouTube.
YouTube. Did I say Facebook? YouTube, yes.
Oh, it just says in the corner of my screen, live on YouTube. And
well, that's fun.
So I take it the board already went into closed session?
No.
No.
Oh, does it start at 6:30?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking 6:15.
Solomon, I shared with you the presentation. It would be helpful if you could.
Okay, the distance learning one or another one?
I just sent you the superintendent report.
Oh, let's see that.
I shared it.
Okay.
Solomon, I will send you the link for the distance learning report right
Okay.
now.
I think I'm in that one, distance learning update. I see your picture.
You are. Okay.
I-1420. I see you.
You got it.
But I don't see Jean email. I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Just kidding. Okay, and you want? I'll click for you.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Okay. And it's a thingy. And are these the only two real presentations?
Let me double check, Solomon. I think. Hold on. I mean, we just have items that cabinet will speak to for the board to inform the board. But yeah, these are the two main ones.
Okay. And Chris and Noreen are logged in case there's a problem. I'll promote them if there are questions. So right now they're attendees, but I'll make them panelists if the time comes.
You know what? There is a gentleman who is available to speak on the library. You know, sharing the library with Menlo Park.
Do you know his name?
Yeah, if I send you the email, can I?
Mm-hmm. And that's consent agenda, so there may be no questions. Right.
Right. We're live, Tony.
Okay. Is that good?
Hello. Hey, Sharifa. Hey, Tam.
Hi, how's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Sharifa. Hi, Gina.
Hi,
Hi,
Tam.
Shelby.
How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Doing well, counting blessings.
How's your mom doing?
Yes.
Home.
Oh, good. Yeah, good.
That's
Good.
good. That's good.
Mhm.
Is she home?
Yeah.
Yes, she
Okay.
is home.
Good.
And we're just putting things in place to keep her going.
Good. Good. That's beautiful. Should I do a virtual background? Mute. Sharifa, what's your background? I feel like I should know that. Wait. Can't hear you. Again. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's one of the pictures that Allende sent me when he was in Rome.
Ah, beautiful. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
So I figured, oh, well, let me do an exotic background.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Yes. No, I didn't want to ask at first. I was like, oh, shucks, I'm going to sound dumb. It's like, watch it be like one of those places you should know.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
No. Unless
It's
you've
in
been to Rome. They like traveling. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow. That's fun. That's beautiful. Hey, Anna.
Hi, Anna.
Hi,
How's it going?
pretty good. How's it going over there on that side?
It's going well.
Because you have 4 little ones, right? That you get to be a teacher to?
Exactly. Just call me Teacher Tam. It's fun. It's fun. Not really, but you know, it's good.
Do they say teacher instead of mom? Mom.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. It's mom forever. So never ends. I can't front. I still do my mom like that, so I can't say much. I like your background.
You can hear background?
No, I like your background. It's so bright.
Oh, yay.
Nice.
You know, I've been trying different things, you know?
Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah, it's some of them were too bright. I feel like this one's pretty neutral, but it's still kind of isn't too distracting, hopefully, in the background.
Yeah, no, I think it's good.
Are we expecting anyone not attending today? I didn't get any notices. Should we give it a minute more or so for Stephanie and Maria Elena to join us? We have technically a quorum.
Up, Stephanie just came.
Okay.
Whoops.
Let me grab something.
Give me a second to get her.
I've been trying to get Mother all day, and now she calls. Hold on.
Solomon, I just sent you an email with the gentleman
Okay.
to join as a panelist if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I think we're ready to go.
Oops.
Let me just pull up.
Yeah, just FYI, you're live on YouTube or on YouTube Live. That's a new thing.
Good to know. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Stephanie.
Stephanie.
How you doing?
I'm doing. How about you all?
Haven't moved from this spot all day.
All right, well, let's get this party started, everyone. I will call to order the Ravenswood City School District Board of Trustees regular session meeting of May 14th, 2020 at 6:32 p.m. Roll call, please.
President Polito.
Present.
Vice President Wilson.
Here.
Trustee Fitch,
Here.
Trustee Guyona Mendoza, Trustee Sabomahin.
Here.
Awesome. Okay, so we have a quorum. We have 4 of our members present. So we will move on to the next item, which is the approval of agenda. Are there any changes?
So, I wanted to get some additional explanation for a few of these items, so I guess I have no choice but to pull them off of the consent. So D, E, and F, and G, and H. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had a question about H as well.
So D, E, F, G, H.
Yes.
Got it.
Through the board,
Right. Yes.
I would also like to pull 8A. We've had some changes since that item was posted.
8A, okay.
Not tabled, but pulled.
Yeah, just
Okay.
pull it for a discussion and then hopefully approval.
All right. Okay. Any other changes? If there are no other changes, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the amended changes.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the changes.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Fitch,
Aye.
Trustee Sabomahin.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 4-0. We will now move to closed session. Are there any speakers for closed session matters?
No, no one's hands raised and no one's responding in chat. So,
Okay. Then we will move into closed session, and it is 6:35 p.m. and we'll resume at approximately 7:15 p.m.
okay.
Alrighty, see you over there.
Hi, Chris. I don't either. I'm trying to find the agenda. They pulled 5 items. So I'm gonna have to try to find an agenda somewhere and see if they're ours or not. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I didn't get a copy of the agenda. Okay, I'll look both places. Okay, bye.
Solomon, can you mute Nor? Thank you.
Okay, up here.
Maria Elena, you should be in a closed session right now.
Oh,
They went to
all
close.
right. All right, they went already. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Solomon, can you mute Noreen?
Let me get out of here.
Noreen is muted.
Get out of this.
Salman, do you have that in Spanish too?
No, I don't. If you want me to, probably 2 boards, huh? That's probably the way to do it.
You could do 2 boards, or you could do, you can move it closer and just split it in half. I mean, you've, like in terms of the, top part could be English, bottom half Spanish.
Hey, Maria, you want to give me in chat a translation? We have another board back there somewhere.
They do. They do now.
I like your background, Miss Wilson.
Thank you.
Very nice. Love it. Look like you're on top of the world or something. Creative.
Oh, good. We have 32 people on this call. Good.
Maybe later. Yeah, usually there are not that many when it's this way, huh? Not that many people log in.
Marilena, we can hear you and we can see you're there, but we can just see part of you. You might
Oh,
want to
really?
angle.
Really? Oh, my hair?
Yep,
My
just your
voice?
hair. Just your hair.
All right. You
All
don't
right,
see my hair?
now we see.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Much better.
All right, let me fix it a little bit here.
Thank you.
Is it better now?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Of her head.
Oh, wait. Oh, it was better. Now it
All right.
went back a little bit.
More back?
No, I'm sorry. Maybe forward. There you go.
All
That's
right,
better.
okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes I might have to get up because I've been having problems with my back. And I think it's because I've been sitting down too long with this, virtual distance learning, whatever. It's too much sitting down.
Okay, I think
So I get up and
Anna's-
walk and
there
come
she is.
back.
Hello, Anna.
Hi. I'm here.
Good.
We're ready.
Damn, it's getting here.
Okay. All right, so we are returning to open session at 7:15 p.m. Changes. Oh, I want to note that Trustee Gaona Mendoza joined us at 6:40 p.m. during closed session. And changes to the agenda were items D, E, F, G, and H, and A were pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. Closed session report was item for A and B, only discussion was held as it's stated on the agenda. So we will now move to the approval of minutes. Are there any questions for the minutes of April 16, 2020? Okay, if there are none, I'll entertain a motion to approve them.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from April 16th, 2020.
I'll second.
Roll call.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Fitch,
Aye.
Trustee Gaona.
I think I'm abstaining is when I wasn't here. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
And Trustee Shibomaheen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 4 and 1 abstention. So we will now go to item 7, which is from the floor. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have Nicole Sobragio, who told us in advance she wanted to speak from the floor, and she has disappeared. Oh, there she is.
Oh.
So I'm going to promote her temporarily.
Okay, meanwhile, I'm going to read that persons wishing to address the board on matters not posted on the agenda may do so during this time. Speakers are allowed 2 minutes, and we cannot respond or create action from whatever item or issue is put up. However, we will have the superintendent follow up as needed for board.
And Nicole, did you still want to speak? Oh, I'm having trouble. I can't unmute you.
Yes, I do. There's also other people that want to speak, and we're not really sure how we let you know.
Okay, so people, please raise your hand or indicate in the chat, one of the two, and I'm checking the chat now. I see Ms. Krippendorf would like to speak. That's the only other one I see.
Okay. So hello, Ravenswood board, and what I'm liking to speak about is in regards to the school merger and the school renaming process. Now that it's upon us, we would like to share our wish to have Belhaven Willow Oaks renamed to Jose Ivan Ibarra Academy. As you know, Jose Ibarra served Ravenswood for 23 years. The majority of that time, he was at Belhaven. He spent many years living in Belhaven community and still has family that lives blocks from the school today. He loved teaching at Belhaven, so much so that he commuted from San Francisco for years. Mr. Ibarra was not just a longtime teacher, but he was truly the heart of our school. The whole community looked to him as a leader. Children who were not his students on record still loved him and learned from him and thought of him as their teacher. My son Colton, whenever he would have a bad day inside his kindergarten class or first grade class, and he needed someone to sort of like give him a reality check, but around love, but also structure, he would be sent to Mr. Ibarra's class and come out feeling much better. I feel that, you know, with the renaming process, there's going to be ideas like great American heroes like Michelle Obama or Martin Luther King, and those are wonderful ways to honor heroes. But I think that it would be a great thing to honor a local hero and recognize the fact that Ravenswood creates heroes, Ravenswood attracts heroes, and I would really like that to be considered when doing the renaming process. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. I do want to note that on the agenda today, we have the naming of schools subcommittee update. And in that update, we will be sharing the process for which the naming of the schools will be, and it will include a committee and so forth. So I do want to say that we will be discussing that item later in the agenda.
Okay. We have another speaker, Ms. Krippendorf. You can speak now.
Okay, thanks. Should I unmute? Oh, no.
You're good. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everybody. Hi, board members and Superintendent Sudario. I wrote a letter expressing that our young struggling readers in 1st and 2nd grade and those learning English in 3 through 5th should have the opportunity to receive consistent small guided reading instruction. About half the 1st graders started in pre-A and A this year and last year. I observed and worked alongside with the new model this year, where our TOSAs did reading groups with mostly bubble kids and not the really low ones who were close. So they worked mostly with the bubble kids who are close to grade level. Our TOSAs are really great, but they're extremely busy and reading groups were not always consistent. Reading is the most important skill we can impart to our students, especially with missing so much school this year. Our students need even more support to make up and move towards grade level. As you know, reading is power. Students who know how to read can access the curriculum, feel more confident, reach their potentials, and go for their dreams. These are the Ravenswood City School District goals too. Some children in 1st grade tell me that they feel stupid because they don't know how to read, but when they learn how to read, they feel smart or happier, they enjoy reading and learn more. This need should be addressed as soon as possible. I'm deeply concerned about our young students who don't know how to read or who are barely reading. Our district should focus on teaching reading to our students and so they can be more successful in all areas and are happier students with high self-esteem. Dear board members, it's your responsibility to help provide the best education for our students. You have the power. Come on, guys. My heart is for our students' success as yours are. We need more support for our young young struggling readers and those not reading yet. Thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I also want to note that at our next board meeting, we're going to be having the item on reading and how we're going to move forward into the next school year and how we're adjusting any gaps or growing the team. So just to that comment, tune in to our next meeting where we're going to have a full discussion and study session on it.
Okay. Claudia Perez wanted to speak next. Claudia, are you there?
Hi. Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. So I just wanted to speak a little bit about renaming of the schools. Here I go. Hello, my name is Claudia Perez, and I am a Bellhaven mother. I respect the board's policy regarding the renaming of schools and would like the board to consider 2 separate committees for the 2 separate sites merging, Bellhaven, Willow, Castaño, Brentwood. Additionally, I would like the committee composed of teachers, parents, and students of the 2 sites with maybe 1 or 2 outside community members. Lastly, when looking at the board policy, one of the considerations is around renaming the schools after a community member living or deceased. I encourage you all to consider the Bellhaven Willow site to be renamed Jose Ivan Ibarra Academy. My precious 5-year-old daughter was in Mr. Ibarra's last kinder class ever, so that would be like, it would mean a lot. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay, there is one more speaker. That's Christy Bake. Unmute yourself and you can speak.
Hi, I'm a 4th grade teacher at Willow Oaks, and I just wanted to say that Miss Krippendorf, she's worked with my 4th grade students last year. I have a lot of Spanish speaking students and I don't speak any Spanish. And so a lot of these students are just sitting there. They don't have the confidence to read. They're struggling in reading, math, writing, all the subjects. And Ms. K heard that and she took her time outside, like during her prep time, I believe it was, to meet some of our 4th grade students, not just mine, but also my colleagues. And by the end of the year, they've improved immensely. One of my students, Ramiro, he's just gained so much confidence. And I see that even following this past school year, although he wasn't my student, I hear things from the other teachers. And so I just really want to advocate for reading recovery next year.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, I think that's it from the floor.
Okay, thank you, Solomon, for your help with that. Let's move on to item. Let's see, let me scroll back up. Consent agenda. So we have a few items that were pulled. We'll start with Trustee Wilson's items that were pulled. And I believe the first one was item D, Trustee Wilson.
Right. So I can actually ask one question because it pertains to all of them. And that is that the implementation strategies that's going to be used. Well, I'll do one at a time. So on Jose Valdez, it's usually a program that they do out at Stanford in a classroom. So what is the plan for this summer? And, sorry, I didn't ask this earlier. And do you know what their recruitment strategy is? Because they usually use college students.
Right, they use college students and teachers, certificated teachers as well. And they already have a commitment from teachers to participate. They are open to Ravenswood filling over 200 slots. It would all be online. So when we were conversing, we were discussing whether or not our students would be able to have access to technology. Wow. And we are able to allow our students to keep the Chromebooks. So our rising 6th grade and our rising 7th grade students would be able to participate in this program. We already have a draft letter to send out to families to inform them about the program And we're hoping that they will take advantage of the opportunity to close the gap. And there's going to be a lot of teaching of standards and lessons that were not able to be covered this year over the summer. Typically it's to close the gap and those students who are struggling in math to help them close the gap. And they've done so successfully in the years past for those students who are targeted to participate. So we'll be recruiting, contacting families, sending out information to our families to get them to be involved.
And will it be targeted recruitment like in the past?
I believe we want to try to make it more open, but Lada, can you share a little bit about what the principal at the middle school wanted to kind of do, or the math teacher wanted to focus on?
With respect to what, sorry, can you say it one more time?
Around algebra, or Nicole Sullivan maybe wanted to try to target students, or never mind, they're rising 8th graders for Nicole Sullivan's class, right?
Yeah, we have talked about current 6th and 7th graders.
Yeah.
And I think one of the factors can definitely be gauging parent and student interest.
Yeah.
So
expanding the opportunity if there's space.
There's going to be more opportunity to target more students versus the ones that were just struggling in the past, Trustee Wilson, just because there's already a gap growing from not having consistent instruction this year.
And I understand that, but I'm hoping that there's a way that we can prioritize, because for me, all of these programs need to be targeted to the kids who have the greatest need.
Yes.
And so we want to make sure that those kids that are struggling before and are struggling even more now are the ones that get an opportunity to participate in the program.
Yes, absolutely. Staff will reach out to families in a targeted way, exactly what you're saying. And with the summer program and other summer programs, once we make that opportunity available to targeted students, we have not experienced a shortage of spaces.
Right.
So there have been more than enough spaces to provide that opportunity for those students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my only question. Anna.
Again, there's 300 slots available.
300, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's enough to help as many as we can and need the support and help, which is always good. Okay, is that across the board, Trustee Wilson?
No, the other ones have to do.
Okay, no, well, let's try this one then. I'll entertain a motion to approve item 8D.
So through the chair, then I'll make that motion that we approve of item 8D.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito?
Aye.
Vice President Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Fitch?
Aye.
Trustee Guyoma?
Aye.
Trustee Shibomhin?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, let's go to E.
So now I can couch E, F, G, and H in the same thing. So all of these call for the purchasing of literacy kits, which are physical book kits. So I'm trying to, okay, so I need to understand what the implementation strategy is, because let's say, for example, that we're still on this shut-in all the way through the fall. So what are we going to be doing with all these books that we're buying?
Which is highly likely.
Yeah, so each resource listed there is a little bit different, so I can speak to each independently. So the first item is Lexia, which is an online language and literacy program that targets a student's level, and it's intended to be delivered in a blended setting. So this resource will be really useful with students, assuming that we'll have some kind of distance learning next year, whether it's full distance learning or a hybrid in-person distance model. And it's appropriate for that setting also because it's intended to be independent work by the student on the computer in the program for about 1/3 of the time, and then teacher-led small group instruction for 2/3 of the time. So based on the student data that teachers can see in the program, they can notice where students need extra support. And then the program even provides suggested lessons for students to get extra help either one-on-one or in small groups if there's trends across multiple students. The next one is the Pioneer Valley Literacy Footprints Guided Reading Kit. And that is a kit for each classroom teacher, kindergarten through 2nd grade. And it contains a pretty wide range of guided reading book sets, so 6 books per title at the levels that are appropriate for that grade. And it also includes guided reading lessons based on Jan Richardson's model from the Next Step in Guided Reading. And this resource is really valuable because, again, if we have a hybrid in-person and distance learning model next year, then each teacher would have their own resource for the text, and they wouldn't need to use a common leveled book room where different people are coming in and out. The planning for purchasing this resource actually occurred before the COVID-19 emergency, but it actually serves that purpose well in our current context. It also has an online component where the teacher can create a class roster and give the students access to the online versions of those same guided reading texts. And Pioneer Valley is known for being a very high quality resource for guided reading level texts for that purpose. The following one is the TCRWP Classroom Libraries for K-5. And this again is supplementing the classroom libraries that teachers already have in grades K through 5, which is incredibly helpful because having a wide range of books to read that gives students choice, gives them access to a range of topics and genres, really targets their specific independent reading levels. These are all very important for making our Tier 1 instruction in reading as high quality as possible. And as good of an experience for the students as possible, which relates to our strategic plan, which is mentioned in the agenda as well, because our main focus for strategic priority 1 around academics is on English language arts next year. In terms of the use of the books, if we have a hybrid distance learning in-person model, we have to dig into that a little bit more with our committee on reopening to look at the guidelines on shared materials. I don't think we would want students to share different materials in the same day or in the same week. But I have learned through this crisis that after a certain period of time, the virus is known to die essentially on surfaces. So I'm wondering how much time can elapse before other students can use the books. Another reason this resource is really valuable is because our teachers did a tremendous effort to send materials home with students on multiple occasions since the students' dismissal started in March. And that means that they were sending books home from their classroom libraries that might not come back. And so we also want to have those. And then we're also seeing these as like a longer term investment. The Pioneer Valley curriculum and the TCRWP classroom libraries are meant to be used for multiple years, not just for next year. And then the last item, I believe, was at H. Trustee Wilson, yeah. So H is professional development with Lucia Rocha Nestler, who's a literacy staff developer with Teachers College Reading and Writing Project. And she has been supporting Los Robles Ronald McNair Academy, which, as you know, is our dual immersion program. And she is one of the few specialists in bilingual reading and writing workshop instruction from TCRWP. So we feel very fortunate to work with her. She's also local. And so some of that PD she delivered in person before student dismissal started. And then some has been virtual. So for example, virtual workshops for staff or virtual grade level collaboration or virtual planning. And like I said, we actually had developed a relationship with her earlier in the year, but we felt very fortunate to have that connection when this dismissal and pandemic hit, because she's actually working in schools and districts across the country who were all going through this transition to distance learning at this time. So it's been a really valuable resource for us to think through, like, how do we take a lot of what we do in our regular in-person instruction and do the best we can in a distance setting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That was all the, somebody else might have a question. I'm sorry.
I had a question on H, but if we're voting one at a time, or are we grouping the ones?
Well, yeah, you should ask your question.
Okay. Polito, you're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If someone wants to vote maybe not in approval, then we can separate them out. But if you have a question, feel free to ask it now, Trustee Fitch.
Okay. Yeah, my question was just on, I only saw one invoice attached, and it was for a much smaller amount than what's in the agenda. And so I was just wondering about the discrepancy there. Is it just because we're like not all the invoices are included, or?
No, that actually might just be because of the PDF settings, because I condensed multiple PDFs and invoices into one. So that might be an error there.
Okay.
In that case, should we pull it and resubmit, or?
Yeah, probably just repost it online so the public has access to it. Because right now I only see one invoice for $3,000.
Okay.
And on the agenda, it says 13,000.
Yeah, there were definitely multiple. So 13,000, et cetera, was the total.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Wilson, do you want to do the honors?
Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve of consent items 8, E, F, G, and H.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Fitch.
Aye.
Trustee Guyona.
Aye.
Trustee Shabomahin.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. So we also had item A pulled for discussion by our HR director, Tony Stone.
Thank you, President Polito. I just wanted to give the board an update that since posting, Sarah Earl and Miguel Serrano have both decided that they're not going to move forward with employment with Ravenswood.
Oh.
Okay. So Miguel Serrano, and who was the other person?
Sarah Earl.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Does anybody have questions? All right. If there are none, I will entertain a motion to approve item 8A.
I'll make a motion to approve item 8A.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Fitch.
Aye.
Trustee Guyona.
Aye.
Trustee Shabomahin.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Trustee Director Stone. So now I will entertain a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Roll call.
President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Fitch.
Aye.
Trustee Guyona.
Aye.
Trustee Shabomahin.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. We will move on to item 9A, Superintendent's Report with COVID-19 updates.
Yes, and I believe Solomon will help by sharing the screen. Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. I first just want to express gratitude. I do know that I speak on behalf of the board of trustees and also the Ravenswood staff of just the overwhelming sense of gratitude as we continually get hit by waves of support and love and appreciation and just resources necessary to continue to pull off this distance learning while we remain shelter in place. I want to thank the teachers who have endlessly supported this work by being very innovative in how they reach students and engage students and teach students. And I know it's a learning curve for them, and they're continually figuring this out as we move forward in preparation for what might look like in the fall, where we have to continue with this form of distance learning. I also want to thank our child nutrition and education workers, our maintenance operation, transportation department, that should have said, and transportation department, as they, since March 16th, have been supporting our children 18 and under by providing meals. We'll be able to share some numbers in terms of the magnitude of meals, the amount of meals that we've been able to serve. The technology department, and making sure that we get the hotspots out to all of our families and the devices ready for all of our families. And then the business department, who've been showing up in the office every day. Can't thank enough our Ravenswood Education Foundation, helping us be more of a value add as well in terms of organizing volunteers through All Student Matters, and also partnering with CZI, not only with the hotspots, but Donors Choose. Teachers have been able to benefit from requesting anything that they might need to improve their distance learning by either purchasing a dot camera, a printer, an iPad, other materials to send home to students directly. When they usually make a request on Donors Choose, funders take a look to see what they would be interested in supporting. And there's been money allocated through REF to be able to make up that difference along with CZI funding. Ravenswood Education Foundation has also just been tremendous in providing additional funding for emergencies around the COVID and supporting us with PPE material and organizing the volunteers that we will be able to use to help interpret to our families, to communicate better with our families, along with preparing for virtual tutoring for our students. So I just want to first start off by just expressing the gratitude that I have, and I know the Board of Trustees and staff have. And we can move forward to the next slide, Solomon. I'm going to touch a little bit upon the successes and challenges that we face, the California's roadmap towards returning to school, and this a fiscal update. So the successes, again, no one signed up to do this remotely, but we've been able to distribute Chromebooks, iPads, hotspots, equipment, and paper packets to try to do this distance learning as effective as possible. Tony Stone in HR has still been able to continue interviewing and hiring using Zoom. It actually has become a little bit more efficient. We've ramped up cleaning and disinfectant protocols at our school sites. We continue to offer ongoing training and flexibility for remote offices. Staff use distance technology to support distance learning. 126,880 meals since March 16th have been prepared. And so hats off to the food distribution or the C&E department. And also thank you to the Second Harvest Food Distribution, because we've been working with them every Saturday. And we offer the meals through the Ravenswood Middle School. And that's every Saturday from 9 to 12. And they're also at the Ravenswood Middle School every day from 10 to 1, first come, first serve. We are still able to provide wellness activities and resources to support social emotional needs of our students and families and staff. And also through this, our parents actually have been very much engaged in participants, active participants in our DLAC meetings. So we've had between 25 to 32 parent participants during these meetings, which is quite great. It speaks to how we're transitioning and getting more comfortable with this technology. It's also a sign that we're able to reach more families actually this way. And then the challenges. So the successes is kind of stabilizing and getting ourselves in order to prepare and be able to launch distance learning, execute distance learning. And just when you think you got one thing set, kind of like a Rubik's Cube, you think you got one side set, you turn it around and it's all mixed up. And so these are the, there are challenges that we're still facing, even though we have some successes. We're still learning and teaching and working through a pandemic. Like, it's not that we're working from home in a luxurious fashion. These are challenging times. And homes are not typically set up for school, and parents are not typically teachers. And we are learning and working in odd spaces, right? So schools, and also, you know, students look at school sometimes as a safe place, and that's not being offered to them on a regular basis. And schools are often used, you know, we got to look at it as daycare to be able to allow our parents to go to work, and that's not being offered. Parents are working from home, and you think of our staff, our teachers currently who are parents are not only teaching other students, but they're teaching their own children. And you can go down the list here of some other challenges. And some of the things we want to tackle is students not being engaged like we would like them to for various reasons. And C&I department will be able to share some results as we tap into students, families, and teachers about why that might be the case. And bottom line is, there's no substitute from being able to interact physically with people and face-to-face with people. And so staff and student wellness is a concern of ours. And then obviously just the fact that the achievement gap in access is growing. What I wanted to share here a bit is the court orders that have been put in place since March 13th that have affected schools. And so on March 13th, our county health officer, Dr. Morrow, put in the first order where we were to, as much as possible, do distance learning. And we effectively did that starting March 16th. And then on March 16th, you know, we had the stay-at-home order that affected everyone in the county. April 13th, it was declared that schools will be closed through the end of the school year, our 2019-2020 school year. Depending on your district's end date, that was the end of your school year. Ours is June 10th. So we will continue distance learning through June 10th. And then the extended shelter in place through May 31st was announced on the 29th. And on May 11th, just recently, a new order came out. And the new order is permitting certain high regulated gatherings of vehicles. And this is designed to allow schools to host modified ceremonies for promotion and graduation. So we will implement this new order when we look at how to honor and acknowledge our 8th grade students who are promoted to high school, and also how we want to do our clap out and acknowledge 5th graders becoming middle school students. So we will follow these guidelines based on this order on May 11th. We'll go to the next one, Solomon. There should be a new order coming out on May 18th, where Dr. Morrow plans to align San Mateo County with state's early phase 2. And you can read the highlighted piece here in his quote that he's encouraged that data about COVID-19 cases, hospital capacity, and other indicators show some stability, so that San Mateo County can now enter the early stages of phase 2. He's referring to the state's early phase 2, and we can go to the next slide. There are different stages that the state of California has implemented in terms of reopening California. And the first stage was the safety and preparedness. Now they're moving into the second stage, which is the lower risk workplaces. And that means that they're gradually reopening retail, childcare, curbside only, childcare, manufacturing, logistics, and later then needing to relax retail restrictions, adapt and reopen schools, offices, and limited hospitality and personnel services. There's going to be certain criteria that needs to be put in place to make this happen, and that is the ability to test, contact trace, isolate, and support the exposed, the ability to protect those at high risk for COVID-19, and the ability of businesses, schools, and childcare facilities to support physical distancing. You can go to the next slide. San Mateo County also has indicators that they would want to implement and make sure as we move into phase 2. And they're listed here. The total number of cases in the county are to flatten or decrease. The number of hospitalized patients is to flatten and decrease. Where there is an adequate supply of personal protective equipment for all healthcare workers, and whether we are meeting the need for testing, especially for persons in vulnerable populations or those in high-risk settings or occupations. With all these different indicators, the County Office of Ed is currently working with a committee to also develop criteria. And they've encouraged all of the districts, all the 23 districts in the county, to develop their own return to school committee. Our first, we're on the next one, Solomon, sorry. Yes, this one's perfect. Our first meeting is scheduled for May 20th. And the purpose is to research, discuss, and develop a draft to return to school plan, or draft a return to school plan. And we would like the committee to include classified, certificated parent and student representation. You know, the main piece here is that we have to develop a plan that once we are at school, we need to be able to flip to distance learning quite quickly. We also want to consider who to reach and who to support first. Some of our most vulnerable students. And we are going to initiate our work that's directed by the governor, Dr. Morrow, and then our superintendent of the county. And we will constantly be re-engaging in the work and getting feedback from staff, Board of Education. And I obviously will provide input. We can go to the next slide. I also wanted to touch upon questions.
I'm sorry. When did you say the first meeting was of this committee?
We have a tentative meeting scheduled for May 20th.
Okay.
Next week. We hope to have the guidelines from the County Office of Ed before the end of the week. So as you know, the pandemic, we should all expect that there's a recession that's on par or far worse than the one in 2008. There's definitely going to be a shortfall in tax revenues, and then a possible shortfall of $35 billion for 2021 for the state. There is some reserves of $20 billion, but that's not going to last for very long. We could go to the next slide. So Ravenswood is an LCFF district. What does this mean for us? Well, we get our funding based on ADA and supplemental and concentration due to the fact that we have 94% of our students that are unduplicated, which are our foster youth, our English language learners, and our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. We rely on state funding, and we should expect a 10% reduction that could equate to up to $2.5 million. We are able to offset some of the costs with local revenue, rental income. We want to be very innovative with possible future leasing of property. We are very grateful for the Ravenswood Education Foundation, who has set aside money for COVID emergency related activities. We've also received word, our business office also received word that our contribution to retirement is estimated to be only 16% versus 18%, which is a savings of $300,000. And then there are some federal stimulus packages where the CARES Act, we should be receiving close to $817,000. And through FEMA, $300,000, but we won't see that until they declare this pandemic or state of emergency over, and it usually will be after a month. So we won't see those funds probably down the line, 8 months down the line. The next slide. So we clearly have to be very conservative with our spending and look at how to reduce our spending. And we need to look at our multi-year projections and identify areas where there's cost savings and where we can increase our revenue. And with all that being said, we hope on the other side can come to a place where we have figured this out and have strategized to mitigate and weather through this pandemic together. Any questions?
Thank you for that report. I'll leave it to my colleagues to first ask any questions or make any comments if they have any.
I do have a comment. You know, I think we should be prepared with for the next school year, because I have heard and my district where I work is planning and not being able to come back, you know, to the site, but continue working on learning distance. So just a thought that we need to be prepared just in case, you know, that happens. It might happen. It's better to be prepared. How are we gonna handle it? Of course, it's gonna be better than the first time they told us, you know, go home, and we were learning as we were going, but just make sure that, you know, we have that in our mind that we might not be able to go back right away. That's it.
Yeah, that was something actually also, Trustee Gona, that I had in mind. I think we've been working to get through this semester and even think about summer school, but I think I've also heard similar direction being given that it's unlikely that fall we will be resuming to normal. And what kind of planning are we doing? How are we preparing for fall? What does that look like? Maybe we're still in the early phases of that because this is something that is, you know, just coming up as the new kind of reality, that fall will likely look similar to what it looks like now. So we'll be very eager to hear how that evolves. I don't know if I think you mentioned each school is kind of being left to determine how things develop, but I'm wondering if we need a task force at our school for our district. I mean, to kind of think about what this looks like as it likely extends, and have a combination of, you know, different type of voices, different perspectives, both internally and externally. What do we have an idea yet? Any preliminary thoughts? Anything you can share would be helpful for the discussion.
Yeah, so I mentioned that we are going to, we've established a return to school committee, representation of certificated classified parent and student representation. And the first meeting will be May 20th. And it's just the exploratory stages, right? Where we're going to take into consideration the criteria that the state, the county, and then again, the County Office of Ed is going to be providing more criteria for the district across the counties, the districts across the counties to consider and to review.
I guess my question comes from when I understood the committee for returning to school, I'm thinking about the committee for not returning to school.
Exactly, yeah.
And maybe it may be what you're telling me, Gina, is that this committee is going to be covering all that, right? Not just how we return to school, but when we're going to return to school, and what's going to happen if we don't return to school in the foreseeable future. So I know you did mention that committee, but I just feel like this situation, unfortunately, it's not going away in the near future. And we want to assume and hope, not assume, but hope that things can go back, you know, to normal to some extent, just for the sake of, you know, students and learning environments. But it just doesn't seem that realistic. And I want to know what's happening if we don't return to school.
Right.
So it's good to note that this committee will be looking at that as well. And I guess, how are we inviting people to participate in this committee? I guess my follow-up question would be.
Right. So we made sure that union representation, so executive leaders from the union are participating, and we're having cabinet participate, and we are still in the selection process for the parent and the student. If the board has recommendations or direction for further participants, we're open.
I mean, obviously, I think we both need to have an elementary and middle school perspective at the task force. I think district office and both site representation.
Would a board member like to participate?
I mean, I think it would be great to have voice in that perspective on the task force. And I think parent is great, and any community people that have a strong educational background also that we know of, that we can tap into, that can kind of help us work through and problem solve. I mean, this is new to everybody, and there's still a lot to learn and know. So as many people as we can get involved that can help provide different perspectives and input, I think is going to be beneficial to us.
Yeah, I just want to reassure you that we are definitely looking at the continuum of complete 100% distance learning to, you know, a hybrid, to hopefully, you know, stage 4 of the California reopening of the state, where we are back in the classrooms.
I'll give you some ideas that other districts are doing, and you probably heard already, they're planning to come back half of the class. Like if I have 30 students, 15 will come. The other ones will be distant learning at home. So this way there are not that crowded, the students, and they will not be eating lunch in the lunchrooms to keep them separated. So they already planning that, even having less paraprofessionals, because they're not gonna be needing. You know, right now, my aides are not helping me because they can. You know, they could be sitting down there on the video conference, but it's not that much help, you know, except that the kids see them and feel comfortable about it. But they already thinking on that and cutting the aides because they're not gonna be needing them. They're planning to do that. And I heard at Palo Alto, I read something too, they're trying to do that. Like half of a class will come like 2 days, the other half, the other 2 days. So there are many ways that this can go on, just to make sure that, you know, it's not all the students at once, especially now that we are putting the two schools together. Like I said before, it gets very crowded. So, you know, just to have an idea that that might happen.
Yeah, cabinet staff have already been thinking about that, because when we think of part of the school participating, do you do it by grade level and cohort, like TK through 2nd grade? Do you do it by families? Because then a parent may never get to go to work if they have kids across the cohorts, right? If they have a kindergartner, a 3rd grader, and a middle schooler, and we schedule it by when those grade levels come to school, someone may always have to be at home because their children are not at school at the same time. Do we do it by families? So we are hopefully going to be able to strategize and think through all of those ideas that you had just mentioned, Maria Elena. Yeah.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we need to, I don't know if it's today or later, but I imagine us having more meetings than intentionally planned, you know, initially planned. And I'm wondering if we need to address the calendar or our schedule of meetings, for whether it's around this plan of what to do and how to, you know, continue the distance learning, or have people come return, or even around the budget, which is really urgent as well.
Yeah, we spoke, Trustee Shabomini, to your point, Sharif, Trustee Wilson and I, when we met with the superintendent, interim superintendent Gina Sudaria, regarding the agenda, we were talking about the budget and the need to have some special sessions because how this is all going to be affected. But equally important, I do think that we're going to have to dedicate some time also to how we are or are not returning to school. When I say returning to school, I mean in the facilities, you know, at the facilities, not so much like not opening, you know, having instruction. So to your point, yes, it's very, very much something that we're thinking about and looking at. So I think interim superintendent is trying to figure out the different components that we need to consider before we gather and have study sessions, but it's definitely at the top of our minds. And yes, we will be needing to open up our calendar books in the near future for this.
Cool. Thank you.
Mhm. All right. This is everything correct as
Yes.
far as presentation? All right. So thank you for that report and that update. And with that said, we will need to move on to item 10A, an update on the Williams audit findings.
Oh, yes.
Yes, our coordinator of maintenance, operation, and transportation will give an update on the items where there were findings based on the audit that was conducted earlier this fall. And so we just wanted to be able to share with you where we are and what the status is.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I didn't prepare a slideshow. I wasn't not so prepared to present per se, but what I was asked of me was to prepare a line-by-line item of what they use to do the facilities inspections, and that's what we have on the attachments. So basically, what I did was I just gave you a copy of the toolkit. The first page is would you like me to share the screen, or I'm not too savvy on this?
I can share this screen for you, Delma.
Thank you. Yeah, so.
And which one are we looking at first?
Just the memo I typed,
okay.
I suppose, unless the board wants me to go item by item on the report. I'm not too sure.
This memo here?
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So as per your request, I just attached the FIT report for 2019-20, and the audit was performed in September. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. It's really small, my screen.
Yeah. Oh, here, let me make it bigger.
So on the first list is the rankings, the totals, rankings, and the notes from the inspectors. And the second list is each room that was inspected and deficiencies that were noted on there. And what I did was that on each sheet of the tool they used, I just added the notes. So if you want to look at the first one, thank you, Gina.
So for example, if we were to look at the tech room, Delma, can you explain to them about this?
Yeah, so the tech room, what they found was we had a lot of items on high storage, and that's a safety hazard. So we brought those down and provided the daisy chaining was removed, and we provided the outlets that are safe to use so we can properly plug in different electronics without it being a fire hazard. Basically that, I went line by line and I typed in the notes. It's a lot of rooms, it's a lot of lines. And
so for example, like in room 6 at this site at Bellhaven, the items that were stored blocking the sink were removed. So there were things that need to physically be repaired, but there are also just protocols that needed to be followed, where you remove boxes from the ventilation area, or you have to move boxes so that you can access the drinking fountain. Delma, do you want to talk about anything that still needs to be repaired?
So just very quickly, yeah, on some of the findings, most of the findings were immediately corrected because there were small things like that where we could just move boxes out of the way or clean out a sink, or I had maintenance staff on site as well. So, the plumber was able to, fix the flow on certain faucets that weren't working at that time. And then on the findings that we were not able to repair, as of now, most of it has been taken care of. But we do still have some work to do. I'll name a few of those. Or at Willow Oaks, there's large areas that need to be paved because there's a lot of potholes and just a lot of crumbly gravel, what should be blacktop, and things like replacing bathroom stalls.
Like for example, here under boys' bathroom at I believe this is Bellhaven.
Yeah, that's Bellhaven.
Okay, so boys' bathroom, where did I go? Right here. It looks like stall's door needs to be repaired, stripped across threshold needs to be replaced. And do you want to explain about this one then, Delma?
Yeah, so that is that's the where the science wing is. The strip across the threshold is just on the bottom. When you walk into the bathroom, it's like popped up. So when you step on it, it just makes a loud noise. So this is an example of those things that, although it's functioning, it's not fully functioning. So it is something that we need to take care of, but sometimes it's hard to find the right item to swap that for without having it to be like a major renovation.
But it's not like the piece is missing. It's not that it's broken, but it's loose. So when it rattles.
Right. When you step on it, it just like cracks.
Visually, it may not look like anything's wrong, but when you step on it, you hear it.
Right.
So I know there was concern about like the quality, and there were pictures, and Trustee Diana, you also mentioned, and we understand that there were bathrooms where stalls needed to be repaired, sinks needed to be repaired, and those have been done, but there's still minor things that need to be finished, but it doesn't really affect the integrity of the campus and I guess the setting of the campus to make it feel welcoming and safe.
Through the chair. Okay.
Yes.
What's the timeline for some of those bigger items? So let's say, for example, I think you said the blacktop or something like that. Are we planning to do that over the summer, or, or even right now? Since
some of the projects are included in the master plan upgrade, and I would need to go through the whole report to name those. But that specific one that you are asking about, yeah, since we really don't have the money to repave the whole thing, I'm going to look into options for that. But that's one of the things that I was planning to talk to the facilities committee about. If there's funds to renovate that, how much do we do now that we're vacating Willow Oaks? I know that Jim is working with the charter school that's going to go in there to see what upgrades need to be done. And this is obviously considered a repair, but it is in an area where it's towards the back.
Thank you.
I do have a question. How many items need to be repaired, just to give me an idea? Because I remember there were almost 100 items that were, were brought up.
Yeah.
How many items need to be repaired? And the thing is that this is the time to do it when, people have a job, but they don't have so much work. And this will be the best time to do it. I know that maintenance might not have so many work orders, and the opportunity will be lost if it's not taking advantage of it now that there are not that much work, I think, because the students not being there is less work, even from the custodians, everybody's working less.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that it doesn't happen like it happened last year, that items were noticed the year before, another year came by and the items were still the same, and nothing was done. And it's really an embarrassment when they come back again and they said, you know, we noticed it this last year and it's still the same. And some of it, you might be able to get it from the safety budget, women safety, something like that. Because if a stall is not really strong, it could fall on somebody. That could be a safety issue. You know, just think about where that money could get, because even if it, you know, doesn't appear the beauty of the school, we need it to be safe and our kids deserve the best. That's, you know, we're not asking for brand new facilities or anything like that. Just making sure that the stores locked. And what I was asking, maybe you misunderstood me. What I was asking is if you could go over. I know there are a lot of classrooms, and but I believe not all the schools were checked. But I'm asking for the ones that were checked. You know, go item by item. Yeah, this is correct. Check mark. Next is correct. Check mark. And wherever it's not, just provide us with a list that is not done and see how, so we can take a look and find out which way can we accomplish those repairs before the next time they come to check inspection.
Right. I definitely understand what you're saying. I'm not sure if you're aware, but our maintenance staff is on a modified schedule, meaning they're working 2 days out of the week. And we really are doing our best in utilizing our resources and everything that we can do to keep the schools, you know, in a condition that when the kids come back, they'll be ready for them. And I apologize if I misunderstood the instructions, but that's, you know, I thought that's what we did. What I needed to do was provide you with the report and the notes on everything that was done, but I do apologize. I didn't realize I needed to be better prepared for a presentation.
Don't worry, it could be done later.
Yeah.
So just for example, at Bellhaven, there are still 6 pending items that need to be done, as an example. But everything else has been repaired.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There was an original, a detailed itemized report, Williams report.
Yes.
So my question is, does this check sheet that we have before us correlate with that report? So were these the same items that were identified in the Williams report?
Yes, it's the actual report. And like on the very first line, on this one that Gina's sharing, it says kinder play area. They made a note that says playground removed and new one is being constructed. My notes are the ones in all caps and parentheses that says on this one, for example, project is now complete and beautiful, obviously. And then I just went line by line and answered it to, because this is the actual audit. And the check marks means it's acceptable.
Gotcha.
And the D means it's deficient.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I do think, to Trustee Gayona's point, is that we might want to look at trying to be sure that all these things are done. And so we may need to bring it on or increase the amount of time that the custodial staff is available, because it would be good to have all this stuff done by the time school is maybe open, but
yeah.
A lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely work off this report consistently. And, you know, we are moving along. I'm trying to find, you know, a company that will do the stalls, you know, at an affordable price, because that's one of the challenges, finding, you know, not only contractors that we can rely on, but contractors that are going to come and do a good job. And, you know, when they leave, we're not, you know, left with a problem.
Make sure they have insurance so they can come back and redo the job. That's what my husband does at home. Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Okay, other questions or comments regarding the report?
No.
If you can just follow up with some of those requests, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I believe
No speakers?
Did we have speakers?
No speakers.
Okay. Thank you. Solomon. All right, that takes care of item 10. So we will move on. 10A, so we will move to 10B.
Yes. So Jim Leonides will present on item 10B.
Okay, 10B is the RFP. Or is that the
emergency waiver? Actually, that's the FEMA. The resolution.
I'm not
is
FEMA.
MEDI. 10B is MEDI.
Yes. So basically, this FEMA, there was this proclamation for the emergency disaster, and FEMA said that the school district could apply for some federal aid. So that application has been submitted in April, and we are now registered with them. They will not do anything until an official end to this pandemic is announced, and at least 1 month after that date. Then they will start processing the application, and then we could expect some money to come from them. But this is what I have put in today is another piece of activity that will ultimately need to be done before we receive any money, which is that the board have some resolutions about some assurances for which I have put in there. The board is requested to adopt this resolution. It will go to FEMA and our process will be complete. Then we will wait until this they actually go for the disbursements of the money. And in the meantime, I am developing some template where we will try to capture the expenses related to this FEMA, because their guidelines are quite strict. They will not accept anything or everything for that. Like I could tell you, they are not going to accept these electronic devices that we have purchased. This is not a reimbursable expense from them. So that's why I wanted to get on over with this. And next step in the activity will be to identify expenses. And when it is done, we'll just submit our reimbursement to them, and hopefully the money will come to us.
Okay, so I mean, essentially it's for reimbursement of costs incurred during our impacts. So that's always great news. Thank you for submitting this application, and unless the board has any questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Through the chair, I'll
Yes.
make a motion that we approve resolution 2020-16. Does it have to be read like, because it's not set up like a resolution? So anyway, I'll make the motion that we approve of this resolution.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Fitch, can you read the?
Yeah, resolution number 2019-2020-16, appointing district FEMA agents. Whereas, do I have to keep reading?
No, I think we're okay with that. Roll call, please.
President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Fitch.
Aye.
Trustee Guyona. Trustee Guyona. You're on mute.
Aye.
Trustee Shabomaheen.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for that. Let's move to item 10C, consideration of utilizing an RFP for the process of selecting prospective fees for Brentwood Academy. So now I believe it's Dr. Leonidi.
Okay, at the recent facilities subcommittee meeting, there was a discussion about whether to just deal directly with the two private schools that expressed interest and see who would be coming up with the best proposal, or go through an RFP process. So I think that is sort of the first matter before the board, is discussing and giving direction to staff regarding whether we just deal directly with the two private schools or launch an RFP process. In anticipation, just not to lose time, that the consensus of the board would be to go through an RFP process. I have attached a draft of an RFP, and this RFP is customized to the district. However, based on the model that Redwood City School District recently developed consultant to lease out several school sites within that district. So it, it has very current language and so on. I think some of the key points of it would be that I have created a timeline for it that did not exist in the Redwood City model, and assuming that direction is given to staff to distribute the RFP starting tomorrow, that there be a June 8th deadline, which would give this a little over 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks of time. And with the idea then that the board would make a decision on which entity to choose, and then the staff would launch negotiations with that entity, assuming that we stay on course for the State Board of Education to approve the waiver on July 8th. And get into, at that point, pretty much have all the details of a potential contract worked out. And I think it's going to take close to a month to work out the details. It's not what we get back from anyone interested in the site from the RFP is obviously a proposal of how much they're willing to pay and a lot of financial information. But there's going to be a lot of details that would go into the contract and relating to capital improvements, length of term, a number of other factors like that, that I really anticipate will take some time to really work through, with the idea that the district would be prepared after approval of the waiver in early July to sign a contract with the entity that we're working with. And with the idea then that they would soon be able to occupy the site and get their whatever approvals that they might need and proceed, so that we're able to achieve what was certainly an ambitious plan at the time of the decision in January to close Brentwood, but to actually have it leased for the 2020-2021 school year. So I think what we're proposing is, first of all, get the direction of, do we just deal directly with these two private schools, which are clearly going to be the schools of highest interest because they've sort of found us, and word is out on the street about the availability of Brentwood. So I think anyone that was looking for a site has certainly approached us. However, an RFP would just make it more official. We would do outreach to other private schools in the Bay Area to see their interest, contact some nonprofits, just entities that are sort of in the realm of what was expressed by the 7-Eleven committee as an appropriate occupant of the site. However, by keeping a tight timeline, we can do that and still keep to a timeline in which the goal would be to continue to have Brentwood occupied and rented for the opening of the new school year. So first discussion by the board is RFP or deal directly with the private schools. Second, if the direction is to use the RFP, are you, as the board, comfortable with what is the key points in this draft RFP? And thus we'd be able to send it out very soon after given that direction.
Thank
So
you.
it's a two-part, yeah.
Right. Thank you, Jim. So as Jim stated, as you know, we're looking to lease out Brentwood to increase revenues for the school district. 2 private schools have already raised their hands and said, hey, we want to lease out. Traditionally, we go through an RFP process and we open up a wide net to see how many groups, agencies, schools are interested that meet the criteria that our committee, 711 committee, drafted. And you go through a process. And so the discussion here is, do we go through the traditional process of an RFP and open it up to anyone to be able to submit a bid? Or do we directly deal with the already interested parties that have already come forth? So let's break this apart and start there. Trustee Wilson, I don't know if you want to start off the discussion because I know you feel strongly one way or the other. We can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Polito. Yeah, so my feeling was that I don't think we should go through an RFP process because we already know that we have interested parties. And I felt that it was like just, would bog us down with, I think already it's a short timeline. This is already the end of May. And so to put something out there and try to react to it and all that stuff, I thought was cumbersome, especially because we know that there's interested parties. So my position was no RFP process. Let's just go talk to the 2 people or the 2 organizations that are interested and find out what they have to offer.
Right. And this was a part of a facilities committee discussion that it first came to. And then on my end, I was strongly in favor of us going through an RFP process, of doing our due diligence, of opening up the network as wide as possible to see what's the biggest fish we can catch. As we know, we were just talking about potential budget concerns. We already know that we already have a gap we have to fill, and the gap may continue to grow. For me, that really fuels me to want to see all in any offers and see what's in the best interest of the district. It could be that one of these 2 groups that are already interested may be the best group to go with, but we don't know that. For me, it's about due diligence. It's about seeing all possible scenarios. And I think the RFP that Jim has been able to put together with the timeline is reasonably fitting what the turnaround that we need. And of course, these 2 agencies or these 2 private schools are going to be able to participate as part of the RFP, so they're not excluded from it. So that's kind of where I was on it, and Trustee Wilson was on the other side of it. So we're coming back to the full board to get a consensus and see how we can move forward. So we'd like to hear from the other 3 remaining trustees, and you all can share how you would like for the board to move forward. So I will open it up, and I don't know if anyone wants to go first. Trustee Fitch.
Yeah, to the chair. I just have a couple of questions. I'm just wondering about if other districts have not gone through an RFP process and what have been the benefits of that. Because I'm trying, right now, I think I agree with Trustee Polito. I want to catch the biggest fish that we can. And if we're able to do that by sending a proposal out there, I think that sounds good. But I do want to hear, I hear that the process might we might get kind of stuck on the process and we have a quick turnaround in it. So I hear that. And so I just want to know if there are other benefits of not going through the process.
That's, to me, I think it's all about time. And so, in other words, if we believe that one of the 2 private schools that have already expressed interest is ultimately going to be the one that puts forth the best proposal, then we don't gain anything by going through the RFP process, because we kind of know what the level of interest is in the site. sort of the flip side of that argument is, you know, you always have this sort of doubt, you know, did you, maybe there was someone else out there. You know, I think basically, I mean, I will certainly proceed any way the direction of the board goes. I think I have tailored an RFP to not slow the district down. However, someone caught blindsided in 3.5 weeks, it's unless you've already had some interest in the site, it's sort of a tight turnaround. And what I think the district can't afford at this time is to not have it be able to decide who they want to negotiate with by that June 11th board meeting. I think that is sort of a hard date that it would not be in the interest of the board to not meet that date, because I just think then if the goal is to have someone in place for the fall, for the opening of the school year, it'd be very hard to sort of complete that if the decision then was put off to the end of June or into July. So, I think what you would find is that if this is sent out and there's, school district, some private school that hasn't thought about this and suddenly can, I think what is asked of them to produce is definitely doable in 3.5 weeks, but they'd have to get right on it. But I think, either way, I think my own gut feelings is that the highest interest come from the 2 schools that have already contacted us. But I think to erase any doubt about did we do the due diligence, I think we've structured an RFP that could at least put it out there and keep us on track. So, I mean, I don't have a strong opinion about it one way or the other. But what I think is very important is that the board adhere to whatever process so that the board on June 11th at its meeting decides which entity it wishes to negotiate with and carry that forward. So as long as we can keep to the June 11th sort of date for the board to decide based on what is turned in and so on, who they want to negotiate with, I think how we get from here to June 11th, we could go either way. And I think June 11th would still be the point in time where that is decided.
How long did it take for the schools to reach out to us, like between the time that the information was released and the time we got notice? I'm just like wondering about.
It was in the fall.
Okay.
I mean, as soon as there was wind,
mergers
out there, rumors about school closures.
It was sooner than that, actually, but yeah.
Okay.
To further answer your question, though, Trustee Fitch, I do want to add, you're asking about other districts. I think the only other district locally that's gone through something similar that we can reference is Redwood City School District. And they absolutely did go through this process and did do an RFP and did explore and, be very detailed about how they move forward with it. So I know that was another part of your question. I think they are the most recent and relevant example to something similar as this. And that's actually where Jim was able to pull together an RFP so quickly, just in seeing what they had done and worked with.
Tight of a turnaround, do you know?
Well, they actually did not have a due date on their RFP. And I think they were starting from a different place. No one had been knocking on their door. So they needed the marketing aspect of the RFP to actually elicit interest and get the word out to various private schools. And so they were in a different position than the Ravenswood School District is right now, of really wanting to. And then also, I think they almost even lost a school year in this whole process.
I know another component, Jim, was that Redwood City actually had interest, but it was internal interest. It was from the charters they housed. And they wanted to see okay, is this, once again, is this the biggest fish we can catch? We want to explore all possibilities of who's going to be the best fit, to be leasing. I know their internal charters wanted some of those properties, and they wanted to explore everything before they determined what they were going to do with the sites. And I think they had more than one site that they had to lease out. So
yeah, they were a total of 3, and they ended up giving 1 school site to a charter. So they had 4 school sites. And I think part of their process was to determine which school sites would have the highest interest from private schools or other entities. And they certainly wanted to lease out what would bring them the most revenue, and kind of approached it from that point of view. So, I mean, I think they had to approach the whole process in a far more open, more time-consuming way and I think Ravenswood has sort of been on a fast track since January and really trying to do this, go through all the steps, but have someone in there for the fall.
thank you. Anyone else? Questions or?
Like, do have a comment? I see Miss Wilson's side, and I do feel like that too. But then I also feel like if we open it for bids, maybe, just maybe, we get better fish or bigger fish. And I know we are risking it, but this is gonna be a long term, and it's gonna add up at the end. So we might lose some money. I don't know. It's just the time constraint that gets me worried. But at the end, I just feel like it's better to open it to more people who wants to be the companies or schools, and then get the one that, and that might even make the other ones offer more, because they see, like, it's when you're buying a house, there are lots of bidders, they come and they bid more.
It drives up the demand. It drives up the demand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm just thinking on that.
So, to the chair.
Yes.
So let me say this, that when we discussed this at the facilities meeting and I took my position, I didn't have the advantage of having a timeline. Okay. So this is a very tight timeline, and that's what I was worried about.
Yeah.
I was worried that this was going to drag out for months. But if it's a timeline like this, which is June 8th, then I'm good with that. Then, I'd be willing to say, okay, let's just go with it.
Because it's a quick turnaround.
Because it's a quick turnaround, yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I know we haven't heard from Trustee Chabot Maheen. Do you have anything you want to add or say?
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. I was just going to say exactly what Trustee Wilson just said, that number one, I see the advantages of both sides to dance with the folks who put a proposal on the table and are ready to dance, and also to open it up to see what's out there, what the possibilities are. But the silver lining here is, like, because the timeline is quick, I think we can engage in this RFP process, and I'd love to see what else is out there so that we can get the most value of our baby here, Brentwood.
Yeah, especially given that I think anyone who we end up leasing to is going to want a long-term relationship with us, right? So to me, it's just about maximizing the dollars, whoever it is. I mean, we need it at Ravenswood. Let's do the most. So I feel like we've come to consensus, given the more detailed information, Trustee Wilson, like you said, about the turnaround, and we already have an RFP before us. It seems like we're comfortable then with voting on accepting to do this RFP process. So I won't delay it further unless someone has something strong feeling about adding anything to the conversation.
So, through the chair, so the only thing is that, first we're deciding on doing an RFP, because then I have a question about the actual RFP.
It's grouped, at least the way I'm seeing it, it's grouped under one item. So if you have a question about the RFP, you can do it now.
So my question is, of course, on the 10 years. It's like 10 years, that's a long time.
I think basically you might see it that way. I think anyone interested in the site would actually have the opposite reaction and feel that it's too short. And so, yes. And basically because what they are looking at doing, anyone who goes in there would be looking at investing millions of dollars conceivably to make capital improvements to the site, to turn it into their, you know, make it their home. And that if you've invested, you know, who knows how much, 10 million or more, 20 million, I mean, who knows what anyone would want to put into the site, you would be really worried about investing that kind of money if it was a short-term lease. And actually even 10 years, they'd be somewhat concerned about major investments in there. And I think a big part of what the negotiations is going to boil down to is the process of renewal after the 10-year period, so that they feel a sense of security around big capital investments that they'd be considering for the site.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I actually have the same concern, which I'm always weary of long-term leases and contracts, just because it feels like our world changes so quickly and in such drastic ways. And especially now with what's going on with shelter in place and COVID-19, I just, to think beyond, you know, next month or even next year, it's very difficult for me to commit to something for such a long time. But I absolutely understand what you're saying, Mr. Leonides, with a tenant wanting some stability, right? And knowing that they're investing in something they're going to have for a while, be able to use for a while. But 10 years does just seem like so long, especially with all the changes of our district and the neighborhoods. And I don't know, I'm wondering if we cannot put the amount, and I just wonder if, you know, whoever's putting proposals on the table would understand the negotiation of the length of the term that we're proposing. I don't know.
Do you have a proposal of a time frame that you, let's say, suggest to be more comfortable to committing to?
So for like 5 years, right? Or maybe even 3, but but I'll negotiate to 5. But and I feel like, given, like, they understand like the changes that are going on also. So I feel like hopefully they would understand why this would be a concern, the length, and why this wouldn't be a normal, maybe this is a normal term, 10 years, but why we're in very abnormal times, and why we'd be negotiating for 5 years.
The 10 years actually, I modeled that after Redwood Cities. So that was sort of the number that they used. And I think, again, I think the shorter the time, you could really run into a situation where there's no interest. I mean, that would really be my worry, is that if I was looking at the Brentwood site as a private school, I would be looking at investing monies to really bring that school up to sort of the standard of my private school, and just really worried that if I had only a 3-year lease, why would I invest money? And then if I really don't want to invest money into the site, do I really want to run my school in that site as is? In other words, to do very minimal improvements or things to there, because I don't have the security that I will get sort of a time out of my investment of monies to make the improvements. So, I mean, I think that is really where the tension, if there's one area of tension that I think we're going to have in finding a tenant and getting the dollars we want from it, and so on, I think the area of greatest tension is going to be time, and around there. And I just would really worry about something shorter than 10 years and whether that's going to sort of scare off, potential tenants of that site because they're just really worried about getting established there, and in 3 years, something happening, or 5 years, something happening, and they have to start their process from scratch again. So I think, again, it's a tough process. And in the district, when it makes kind of a decision like this, it's making a longer term decision, because if we're only looking at 3 years or whatever, we wouldn't need the waiver process. We really wouldn't need any of these processes that we went through, because you wouldn't need them for something that is short like that. So I just, and I think, it's tough. I mean, but I would really worry about making it shorter than 10 years.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, to the chair. I was really freaked out about the 10 years at first too, but I'm hearing what Jim is saying. And I think the concerns I have to do with like past contracts that were for amounts that aren't fair today.
Like 40 years.
Yeah. Whereas, I mean, I feel like another way to look at this is we get to lock in money that we're getting for 10 years. And part of why we wanted to put Brentwood up for lease was because it needs renovations and we didn't want to invest the money into that. So if we're able to get some sort of contract that like, that like lets us know that they're going to be investing, I don't know, XYZ amounts for renovations. And then we know for sure that we're going to be getting this money from this school for 10 solid years. I mean, I know it goes fast, but also that's 10 years of uncertainty, that the one thing we can be certain of is that we'll be getting that money. So those are just the thoughts that are coming up in my head right now.
Right. Thank you, Trustee Fitch. Trustee Gautam, I don't know if you have any comments about the length of the contract and. No. Okay. So, I mean, I definitely see both sides to it. Ideally, I think some of us are traumatized with really long-term contracts. I remember coming into the district and asking about certain MOUs, and they were, like I said, it was like 40 years. I'm like, who made this contract up? Like, and now we're married to it, and we're not really, we could be doing so much with those properties that we're not allowed to do because we're like locked into these contracts that are excessively long. I mean, I don't know if we've initiated conversations, and that's probably where you're getting the 10-year time frame too, Jim, with the already interested parties. I know that you kind of said that Redwood City has something similar. I don't know if you at all have engaged with them about them not being interested, like let's say we say 7 years or something, a different number, or is it just kind of based on your experience and what other school districts are doing?
Well, a couple of things. In one of Redwood Cities, they actually had some triggers in there that they could actually get the site before 10 years if their enrollment increased to a certain point to where they absolutely needed that site back.
Right.
However, built into that was something to where if the private school invested, let's say, $10 million into the site, and the school district took it back after year 5, the school district would owe $5 million to the private school. Because in other words, you would have a 10-year amortization of what they invested into the site. So, I mean, in other words, that's the type of back and forth that kind of occurs.
And we just want that first clause. We don't want that second clause. So,
I think I'm good at negotiating, but you not that good.
So,
yes, Wilson.
Yeah. So one of the things I thought about was the fact that we're not sure what kind of form school is going to take.
Yes.
We don't know whether we're going to have to reduce every classroom down to 15 kids, which means that we would actually need our sites back again.
Mm-hmm.
And add on top of that, the fact that Lighttree is adding, I think, 91 more units or something over there. And if, inevitably, there's going to be some kids over there. And so that might, again, impact an increase in enrollment. So for me, you know, locking it up for 10 years is like a lot. So I'm thinking, can we do something like do a 7-year, and after year 5, we could renegotiate to go to 10 or something like that?
I mean, you can do anything you like. You know, but it, you know, takes sort of two to tango in this process, and you know, it'd be interesting to see, does that kind of stipulation, you know, make a potential occupant of the site walk away?
I want to emphasize, we cannot afford not receiving revenue from Brentwood.
Right.
We cannot, and I'm concerned, like Jim said, is that we might jeopardize negotiating with anybody if we lower the amount of years. You mentioned.
I could be okay with the amount of years if we have very strict language about if our numbers increase and we're not paying anybody back dollars.
Yeah.
If we can get that language, then okay. Because honestly, if we don't need the site back, why do we need the site back in the next 10 years? But if we do need the site back, we want to have contingencies where we're able to get it back, not just because we feel like it, but because it's clearly shown that, you know, whether it's our numbers, whether it's our, you know, strategic plan and how we're rolling things out, that we have an ability to get the site back sooner than 10 years if we're able to show it. And unfortunately, we're not going to be in a position of reimbursing for facility upgrades.
Through
It's
the
just
chair.
not feasible. Yes.
Sorry. To that point, if we could show, because I do feel uncomfortable with 10 years, although I do understand it. Thank you, Ty. That's my son. If we could, if someone could show me a contingency plan, let's say we do an amazing job, you know, Gina, you do an amazing job turning around some things, and people love this and love that, and we get
everybody wants to come in here.
We get our Kinsey students back, right? We get our private school students back. We get all the students back. What's our contingency plan to host if somehow we're in the facilities, right? And then, you know, we have this influx of students. What's our, where are they going to go? Because I imagine they won't fit at Castaño, they won't fit at Belhaven. So what is our option?
Well, I want to remind you all also that we did student enrollment projections, and a portion of that is, yes, our Tinsley kids or people choosing private or charters. A significant portion of that, though, is big families that we're used to getting moving away, smaller families moving in, right? Or couples moving in that don't have children of age. There's a lot of other reasons why we had declining enrollment. And some of those could be mediated by, you know, getting our school to be the schools of, you know, first choice. And some of it won't be, just because of the way the demographics are changing and the community's changing. So, you know, we have families moving in that have less kids. So even if they choose their schools, it's still not going to necessarily fill the gap of the families that we're having at a minimum double the kids. So, I'm hearing everything, and I think everyone has an extremely valid point. I don't want to discourage any potential suitor we have, but I also want to make our district as protected as possible. And I think that's where we are, Jim. I think everyone is uncomfortable with the number, but what would make us more comfortable is if we have those contracts written up in a way that provides safeguards for us if there are changes that are happening, and that, you know, we need to be able to feel like we can tap into our resources.
That actually, you know, is not this first part around the RFP. The RFP is, can you live with 10 years in the document there? When you get to the point of, are there things that can happen within those 10 years that could trigger a change if the district needed to recapture the site? That would be in the negotiations part that would occur after June 11th. Because, you know, up to June 11th, the RFP is really trying to accomplish is there a suitor there or a potential tenant that the board wishes to engage with? And then starts the whole process of the nuts and bolts and the details of how this whole arrangement will work. So a lot of what you guys are getting into now would really be negotiation points after June 11th, when we are working with one private school, and what we'd be wanting to see in the contract language at that time, you know, working through June into early July. That's why I stipulated that it will take a month to really work through all of the details of the contract, because you can begin to see everything that's going to go into it. It's not a simple one pager. I mean, this is going to be a very detailed document that gets into a lot of what if scenarios and dealing, you know, so that both sides understand exactly what they're getting themselves into. So I think, you know, what would trigger that, you know, recapturing Brentwood after year 5 or 6, you know, would be things that we would write into a potential contract with whomever was interested in the site. But again, you know, they're going to have their position. You know, again, it's not going to be a simple process. But I mean, the district has to be really thinking about what its interests are in this process and being very clear on them, so that when staff sits and negotiates with the organization that is interested in the site, they have clear negotiation points to work through. And there's going to be a lot of feedback loops with the board during that month. You know, what can you live with? Here's what their counter is. I mean, this sort of stuff, so that ultimately we can arrive at something that everybody can live with. But this first part is really about, is there someone out there that is serious, that has wherewithal to rent the site and has an offer that we are interested in? And then we will sit down and really work out, you know, all of these details and kind of getting into, you know, how this would all work in relation to the district and that tenant that occupies the site.
I guess the reason why maybe we're bringing it up now, Jim, is so whoever's interested kind of understands where we're at, and you're not stepping into on the field unless you know who you're playing against, right? So okay. We just want to be transparent and saying, yes, we're leasing our site, but these are kind of important things for any interested party to be considering before they submit, because I'm going to have an issue with, we leave it very vague, we go into negotiations, there's no meeting of the minds, and we don't close on this process. I don't want that to happen either. Yeah. So right. I think we're just kind of giving you guidance and direction. So as interested parties come forth, you kind of give them a realistic picture of what type of negotiation they're going to be dealing with, so they can determine early on if this is a good fit for them or not.
This is, you know, worthwhile for them to pursue, and we're not wasting each other's time.
Exactly.
I think one thing that I wrote in there that I think is also important is, maybe I was more assuming what happens after 10 years, and let's just assume it remains as a rental for the district, and the district hasn't had a need to recapture the site, is that typically, you know, from years, just like our agreement now with Alto International, you know, it goes up by 3% a year, you know, has these built-in little inflation factors. But when you get into something that conceivably be longer in term, beyond 10 years, that there's a process in here that I have placed to make it clear to whoever's interested about what I call rebenching. And that what that tries to capture is that land in San Mateo has gained in value at a rate beyond CPI. So you don't want a situation where you're forever locked into CPI at 3% or whatever the number is, but land values are going up by 7, 8 or %, and then you're really getting very out of balance to the point where your property is a real deal and the district isn't getting full benefit. So you need a process in there after the time, to say at the 10-year period or whatever, that if that same organization is continuing in the site, that you're looking at property values, rental values, and that you're establishing a new base rate at that point in time so that the district is getting market value and not falling behind. Just like, for example, if you bought a house, 10 years ago, and, you would not want to sell it to me at 3% a year inflation. And so it's taking that same sort of thinking into the way this lease would work. You need that process so that long term, you are always getting market rate or very close to market rate on your land.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Is it possible to leave the timeline off the RFP?
For the purpose of?
Just for the purpose of not having someone, come into the negotiation thinking that this is set this time that we say, like if we say 10 years in the RFP, they're thinking that's it and that it's not being negotiated at the time.
To the chair, I'd like to point out that the language is a maximum of 10 years. So I think it's okay that it's stating that this is the maximum, because like if people are used to longer contracts, I think that's going to kind of dissuade them. And by saying a maximum of, that doesn't necessarily mean 10 years.
I agree, Trustee Fitch. So I think going back to what Jim is here to before us to do, I think you got a lot of great feedback to consider as we move forward. As Trustee Fitch said, it says maximum of, so a lot of this will be hashed out during negotiations, but I think giving any interested parties a realistic perspective of what they're dealing with and what they're looking at as far as the board and the direction they want to go in, I think it's going to be helpful to share early on, and you all can, circle back and let us know how that evolves.
Okay.
So I think we can entertain a motion to approve this RFP if it's okay with the board. So I will
I'll make a motion to approve the RFP.
I'll second.
Sorry, wait a minute. There was a speaker.
Oh, thank you.
That's Meda. I'm going to allow him to talk. Meda Okello. Oh, should be able to speak now. Hey, Meda.
Hello.
Hey, there you are.
Yes. Yeah, the district has a financial interest to rent this piece of property. And because of that, the district is sort of obligated to make the RFP as interesting as possible. Because after putting in all of that work, you don't want to walk away a few months down the line because nobody was interested. So I have a couple of questions. One, does the district have an estimate as to what the cost would be, the improvements that are needed for Brentwood? Do we have an idea what those costs are? If they're 10 million bucks, you know that already, then you know that whoever is going to take it may have to spend a little bit more to do the improvements that they want. And if that is the case, the longer the lease is going to be, the better it is going to be for them. That's the only way they're going to be able to justify whatever expenses they're going to incur. The other issue that I would love to bring up as well is that if you have an educational institution move into that facility, they operate there for 10 years, and let's assume they're very, very successful, they're going to have a constituency that at some point is are gonna come to the board and seek for a renewal of that lease. If they're not successful and they don't build up that community support, then the district is not going to have a problem. But should they be successful as an educational institution, you know as well as I do, constituency is going to develop and they're going to fight for the renewal, regardless of whether the district needs a space or not. I conclude my comments.
Thank you for your comments. Very valid comments.
I think the only thing I can respond on the first one is I think the facilities master plan had $15 million of improvements for Brentwood. Is that something those of you on that committee remember as well? So that gives an idea, and that was what, 5 years ago. So that just gives an idea of the amount of improvements that are needed in the site to really bring it up to par. So I just wanted to at least give that piece of information.
Thank you. All right, is there another speaker, Solomon?
No, that's it.
All right, so I know there was already a motion and someone seconded the motion. Very valid points from the speaker, especially that second half. So that'll be interesting to consider as we move forward. Interim superintendent, would you do roll call, please?
So she's a superintendent.
She's an interim superintendent until June, and then she's a superintendent.
Oh, geez. Okay. We want to be real technical.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Wilson.
Dual identities. President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Fitch.
Aye.
Trustee Guyana.
Aye.
Trustee Shibomihim.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for that report, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to the consideration of filing waivers for Menlo Oaks and Flood School.
Okay, actually, I did some research. The Alto School was, is interested to bring in a partner private high school to share the site, and that just caused us to take a look at Menlo Oaks. And certainly Flood School has been on the agenda many times of thinking what best to do with that property. In my research, I found that the district had indeed gone through the process of having a 7-11 committee and declaring both those sites surplus, but never took the extra step of obtaining a state waiver, and which again would preclude a longer term tenant in either site, and especially what comes to mind is Flood School as well, that there's some interest from another governmental organization to actually do something longer term there that could be very beneficial to the district and be good with the community there. But again, that would really require having the waiver in place in order to have a longer term agreement with whomever would be interested in that site, and possibly if there's something different the district wants to do with Menlo Oaks, a longer term lease there as well. So it would just open up the options for the district to look beyond a short range lease for both places to do something again that could be long term very beneficial to the district. So it's just asking the board for direction of whether to proceed with the waiver process with those. And that could take, we would not make the July meeting the same that the Brentwood would make, but it would be a meeting in the early fall where probably we could get those waivers and have more with we have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board on this item? All right, if there are no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve it.
So, through the chair?
Yes.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we approve of the submission, the filing of waivers for Menlo Oaks and flood schools.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito?
Aye.
Vice President Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Fitch?
Aye.
Trustee Guyana?
Aye.
Trustee Chabot-Maheen?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim, very much for your work on this.
Yes, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, see you all.
Bye-bye. Item 11, update on distance learning part 2.
Yeah, so our C9 team will present primarily by Lotta Brennan.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen so I can share the slides with you. And yes, we're going to share another update on distance learning. Let's see. Okay. So the main purpose of the update today will be to share about 3 distance learning surveys that we conducted recently. A parent and family survey, a student survey for grades 3 through 8, and a teacher survey. So for our parent-family survey, we got 294 responses. It was available via text message through Infinite Campus that we sent it out, and also sent out by teachers through whatever their regular communication channels were with families. And it was available in both English and Spanish. So you can see here just an overall picture of the responses that families chose in Spanish and English. And families also had the chance to fill out the survey for their TK through 5th grade student or students and their 6th through 8th grade student or students. So you'll see that the total number of responses is greater. The total number of responses for those 2 grade spans is greater than the total number overall because some parents submitted it twice. So I'm going to walk you through some of the questions that we pulled out to share with you. And some of them, I'll read the text, and some of them I'll let you read it. And then certainly if you have questions or comments as we conclude each section, you're welcome to jump in. I cannot see everybody's video because I'm sharing my screen. So if you would like to jump in, it would be great if you could unmute yourself and let me know. So the first question is, does your child have reliable access to a tablet, iPad, Chromebook, etc.? And you can see TK through 5th grade in blue and 6th through 8th grade in red. And so this is positive. We definitely had a huge effort over the last 2 months to make sure to get the needed technology to all of our students. So you can see a few no responses there. The next question to share is what best describes your child's internet access? So I'll let you look at that one. The next one is, how concerned are you about your child's social or emotional well-being? And you can see here that There are slightly more responses on the not at all concerned or slightly concerned. Sorry, trying to move my windows around. Responses particularly for TK through 5th grade, and then they're slightly more even for 6th through 8th. The next one is, how concerned are you about your child's learning while school is closed? And you can see that there's definitely more concern about learning compared with the previous slide on social emotional well-being. The next question is, how easy is it to communicate with your child's teacher? So you can see definitely more so in the 3 and 4 ratings on the rubric towards very easy. And then particularly for TK through 5th grade, and then slightly less so for 6th through 8th grade. The next one is, how comfortable are you supporting your child with distance learning? So you can see most of the responses, especially for TK through 5, are somewhat comfortable to very comfortable. So that's great. And then we do have some responses under slightly comfortable or not at all comfortable. How comfortable are you checking on your child's progress in online platforms such as Seesaw, Google Classroom, or Summit? And so this is similar to the previous question. This question we thought was notable. Do you think your child is receiving the right amount of work/assignments to do at home? And we spoke at previous meetings of really wanting to strike a balance of maintaining connection between students and teacher and ongoing work in the different content areas, but at the same time not wanting to overwhelm or stress out families. And so we take this as a positive measure that the majority of respondents said that it's the just right amount of work being assigned. This response or question was check all that apply. So what is going well about distance learning? So you can see that one of the highest ones was my child enjoys logging on to live video lessons for TK through 5th grade. And then for 6-8, the highest one was my child enjoys working at their own pace on online programs. And to note here for 6-8, the live or synchronous instruction is more of an office hours format. So students are opting to log on with specific questions in mind or to connect with their teacher. This one was also check all that apply. What challenges make it more difficult for your child to engage in distance learning? And there were more selections, so I apologize that the text is a little small. But you can see on the left side, for the blue bars for TK through 5th grade, space or noise level was the most commonly mentioned one, and motivation or students not wanting to do schoolwork. And then you can also see that motivation / students not wanting to do schoolwork was the highest mention for 6th through 8th grade. Sort of like in that second tier, you can see parent guardian work schedule. Sometimes technology doesn't work. And then I did want to note that for the Spanish respondents that we did see some people mention parent guardian familiarity with English. This question was a general one for families. What describes your family's food situation? So most families said we are okay for food right now without any support for the school district, or we are okay and we're currently using the district for support. But a small number that did say we need more support. This question was also general. How concerned are you about your family's housing situation? So I'll just let you look at that one. And then if you were working out, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, can I ask a quick question? Super fast. Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
Laura, is this, sorry if I you said this already. Is this combined all grades that I'm seeing right here? Got it. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that. So for the previous ones about distance learning, we separated TK through 5 and 6-8 because the context is different with like numbers of teachers and things like that. But then the general questions is all the responses together. These are just a few of the comments that we pulled out from some of the open response sections. So an example of when we asked what parents are concerned about, some people mentioned overall performance and not being able to support them or being on track on what they have to do, or if I'm doing enough to keep their education going. In terms of what's working well, a comment in Spanish translated to contact between teacher and student works well. We definitely got quite a few comments that said that. And another one saying, I love that our kids still get to have interaction with their teachers, getting help with projects and assignments. Also, I like the fact that we, the parents or student, can contact the teachers if need be with any questions we may have. And we actually saw quite a few comments from parents on their child-specific teacher. So like naming the teacher and saying, this teacher is doing such a great job reaching out to us and providing like lessons and assignments. So I'm going to go into talking about the teacher survey, but I can also pause if anybody had other comments or questions about the parent survey. Okay. Okay, so for the teacher survey, we had 90 responses out of about 115 certificated teachers that the survey would have applied to. And we started off talking or asking about professional needs. So this first one is, how confident are you, starting on the left, do you feel using the technology tools that your school has to support distance learning? As you can see, most of the responses are somewhat confident to very confident. How confident do you feel that you can provide rigorous distance instruction? So you can see that one flattens out towards the slightly confident side. And then similarly, are you, how confident are you that your students can complete the work that is being assigned? And so again, to teachers, in the past month, how valuable have you found and then starting on the left, professional development around distance learning, collaboration around distance learning, and coaching around distance learning? And you can notice that the collaboration is what teachers are finding to be the most valuable, followed slightly by coaching and PD. And we had some comments on that as well in the free response sections. So for example, when we asked, what do you find most valuable? Teachers said collaboration with other teachers to see what's been working. I really appreciated the last PD focused on utilizing tech. Thank you for allowing us to have unlimited access to Screencastify, IXL, and Edpuzzle. These resources have proven invaluable. Having a team mentor to talk to and help resolve issues, and keeping in touch with school staff, such as in weekly meetings, has been extremely helpful. We have shared ideas and experiences, what works and what does not work. So our schools have definitely made a lot of effort to maintain contact in their regular collaboration structures so that teachers feel supported. The next section of the teacher survey was about student engagement. So to start that off, we wanted to talk about parent-family contact. So Cindy Chin can talk about families that we were unable to reach and also home visits that started this week.
Hi, good evening. So when we first went into shelter in place, we updated you in March, at the end of March, letting you know that we had about 140 families that we needed to send letters home to because we had not been able to make contact through some of the distance learning. So we sent letters home and we continued to make phone calls from the teachers and from the office staff. After that period, we came back and presented again. We had then reduced the number to 41 families that we were having difficulty making contact with. Again, continued with phone calls and reaching out because at that point, more of the tech devices had gotten out to families. And so today, I'm very happy to report that we have been able to make contact with all of the families at least once. In fact, as we came closer to May, we had to really look at who hadn't we talked with since going into shelter in place in the middle of March. So looking at the teachers' attendance logs and connecting with them to see, who haven't they talked to, who hasn't picked up their tech devices, who hasn't picked up their materials that we tried to push out in terms of from the CNI department or from classroom teachers. So from that list, office staff provided the student services department 37 students that they felt really needed to be connected with because either at the classroom level or at the school site level, they were having difficulty. So we spent a couple of weeks making phone calls and were able to make contact with 20 of the students. And so this week, Aida Kampara, the PBIS coordinator, and myself went and did home visits for 17 students.
Mm.
And so yesterday, we went out to all the homes and we were able to make contact with 13 of the students. And then we went out again today and completed all of our home visits. So when we did the home visits, it was just connecting with families to figure out what resources they were going to need to support the students to get into distance learning. And if they were having any other kinds of difficulties, what resources we might be able to connect them with in the community.
Chair. So, Ms. Chen, what did you learn from those? Were there any families that really need a lot of resources that somehow slipped through the cracks?
The biggest thing that they had brought up was that they had some difficulty making contact with the school, right? So there was a period, we had a gap of time from when our office staff had access to their school phones. So families were calling the school, but our office staff didn't have access to get that message, right? And so we were able to get cell phones to all of the office staff, and we've put that out on the website, and we've put that out in the letters we've been sending home to families, so they have direct access to our office staff now. And so our office staff can help connect them to any of the tech devices or any tech difficulties that they're having, which was another piece in going out to talking with the families. Most of the families that we spoke with said, they're okay. Everyone seemed, happy and healthy. It was just, kind of life kind of got in the way in terms of parents having to work, different schedules, not able to sync up with the Zoom classroom time.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. So that's great news that we've been able to get in touch with 100% of our families at some point since we went on dismissal. I'm sure we remember how kind of hectic and abrupt it was for students to be dismissed, and we definitely tried to pivot really quickly, and teachers were really diligent about making phone calls, and we got volunteer bilingual interpreters set up really quickly to help them. But as of last month, we still had some families that we had not made contact with. So this is a great success. And at the same time, we do have to keep in mind that making contact with families is different essentially than like daily engagement for students in synchronous and asynchronous learning. And so here's what teachers have reported about synchronous learning. So we asked them in the past week, approximately how many of your teachers have consistently participated in distance learning via Zoom? We did say consistently, so trying to get a picture of that. So for TK through 5th grade, across all of the TK through 5th grade responses, the average percent participation was about 64% of students, and like within that one classroom. And then in 6th through 8th grade, the average across the 6th through 8th grade respondents was about 20%. And then for consistent participation with asynchronous learning, we asked approximately how many of your students have consistently participated by logging in to Seesaw, Google Classroom, etc. And for this metric, we had about 51% as the average for TK through 5th grade, and on average 45% for 6th through 8th grade. And then we did also ask, as we mentioned last time, what percent or approximately how many students in the past week have consistently participated by submitting assignments. Because we have heard anecdotally, sometimes students will participate in some ways, like they're interacting in some way with the platforms, or they're even joining a Zoom class, but then having the students complete work and submit that to the teacher is also really important. So you can see that these percentages are pretty similar to the previous slide. And compared to what we shared a month ago on April 16th, this percent has gone up for 6th through 8th grade. It was about 39% at that time. So now you can see it's 43, so it's gone up slightly. And then it's gone up slightly for TK through 5th grade as well. And since then, we distributed the iPads for TK through 1st grade. And right away, primary grade teachers reported more students participating in Zoom lessons and things like that. Some other teacher comments from the different open response questions that we had were some suggestions, like I think we need to get document cameras to all teachers. It would be helpful in many situations. Transitioning to distance learning has been a great challenge. Another teacher said, finding a balance of too much and not enough has been hard for me. I want to give them the best quality instruction, but I also don't want to overwhelm them. Another teacher said, I miss my kids, which I think we definitely all feel really strongly. Another teacher said, it has been useful to give students time to work independently on homework while still on Zoom, actually. So using breakout rooms, and then taking the time to check in on each student. I answer questions, troubleshoot tech issues. So that one was in response to like, what have been some good strategies that have worked for you? So it's been good to read through. And we got many responses, but we tried to just pull out a couple to share with you tonight. And to say a little bit more, actually, we have a few teachers here to share with us. So Lauren Traub, who teaches 2nd grade at Willow Oaks, and Jessica Cox, 5th grade at Los Robles Ronald McNair, can share a little bit about their experiences and really sort of illustrate more of what it's like besides just the graphs that I've shared with you. So Jessica, if you could start off to share some comments, we would really appreciate that.
Sure, thank you so much for having me. I think what stands out is that this has just really been an incredible time in terms of watching our families, our students and teachers and how they adapt to this new landscape, right? Real highlights have been seeing our students and their families with their resiliency and their level of innovation. I've seen students take an assignment that I've given them and immediately make it their own, turn around a few minutes after I've introduced a new piece of technology, and they've taught me about the technology and taught me new ways to share the information and kind of connect. So that's been really, really an honor to be a part of that with them. Also, their incredible perseverance has been another highlight. Before all the students had the Chromebooks pushed out to them, I had students who would, without internet, text me daily to give me a summary of a book they were reading just because they wanted, and I wanted to keep that connection going and it was important to them. So finding ways when there were challenges. Students and teachers are really having to find new ways to connect, and they're doing it. When one strategy doesn't work, I've seen my colleagues at Los Robles and across the district try strategy after strategy until they find something that does. Even though all students have access to technology now, not all students are able to log on to my 10 a.m. Zoom meeting, right? That there are other things going on, whether they're having to go to work with their parents or siblings are using the computer at the same time, there are other challenges. And so we can't count on that one interaction to reach all students, which is a difficulty. But when that happens, we now have to find other ways to support them at another time in another way, which makes differentiation so much more critical. It's always important, but it's that much more critical now. And in thinking about specifically engagement with synchronous and asynchronous learning, I think that our students have been the most engaged when they feel connected to the assignments, when they feel it's purposeful and relevant. And that's when they're coming in and they're eager to share and they're really, really motivated. Now more than ever, I think that's important. I know motivation came up on the survey, but I know that these are the conversations that we're having, that my colleagues are having at Los Robles and across the district. This need for meaningful work and finding things that will help students find the motivation to push through all the obstacles. And I think the final point that I wanted to make, the thing I was thinking about when I was asked to share my thoughts here, is that our students and families went into this thinking that they were preparing for a sprint. And it turns out they're actually in the middle of a marathon. And we need to continue to support and cultivate their resiliency. They've been doing an amazing job. And this is really where I think teachers excel. We know how to find those resources within ourselves to keep going. And now we get to nurture this within our students and families. So this is an opportunity in many ways to cement an even deeper partnership between schools and families. Those were kind of my thoughts, that the things that stood out to me as some of the challenges and some of the really successful points of what we've been doing right now.
Thank you so much. Lauren, can you share a little about your experience?
Yeah, I just want to, agree with everything Jessica's saying. Like, we're seeing the same things at our site as well and across the district, the same sorts of challenges and successes. So, of course, the first couple of weeks were kind of messy getting everyone set up, but once the technology was given out to our students, I feel like, all the families and all the students and definitely all the teachers have been working really hard to make sure that all the students are connected. Somehow on Zoom, on Seesaw, on some sort of learning platform. I think that everyone's trying to find ways to keep students engaged, because in the beginning they were really engaged. They loved having that connection, showing off their houses and their families and like what's going on in their homes, which, has its own challenges because a home setting, it can be loud. There's, other kids, parents, like things going on in the background, which are totally normal, but not so conducive to learning. But the kids were really excited to show those things off in the beginning and just excited to be connected. And so engagement was pretty high once everyone got their tech out. And then what we're noticing now, at least me and my partner teacher, is that there's been a little bit of a dwindling in engagement. So I have, 17 kids on my Zoom out of 20, but do I really have 17 out of 20 there? They're, practicing their TikTok moves sometimes. It's just harder to, keep everyone engaged. And I think that I'm not just speaking for myself, but probably for many teachers, that it's just hard to make, have the same control basically that you would have in your classroom, where you can redirect a student who's sitting on the carpet much easier than you can redirect a student who you're communicating with through a screen. So that's definitely been something that we've just noticed in the past couple of weeks is, the engagement is starting to dwindle. So we're trying to find more learning platforms that can be more interactive and more engaging, like Kahoot, Flipgrid, Padlet, different kinds of learning platforms other than just Seesaw to really keep that engagement up and keep them interested. Also, the math lead for the district, one of the math leads, Paige Richards, has also done a great job, at least at Willow, of helping several of the grade levels push out project-based learning for math, which has been amazing. Kids are doing gardening projects and baking projects and all sorts of things, all related to different math standards, really connected closely with the standards. So that's kind of speaking to what Jessica was talking about, like making things meaningful, and that kind of project is really making a difference in our student outcomes and their feelings of success with learning right now. So I want to make sure I'm like hitting all my notes here, because I know that this distance learning could go farther. So I want to make sure that, you guys are aware of some of the challenges that we are facing. So even though, you know, we're all persevering and we're all doing our best, there are definitely challenges. Like I mentioned, just kind of this setting at home for students is not always conducive to learning. There have been times where I've like unmuted a student because I've been like, you know, teaching, or another student was sharing, then another kid wants to comment, so I unmute them. In the background, it's like a blast in your face of like just the sound and noise in the background, which, you know, again, it's normal for a home, not ideal for a classroom, right? So that's definitely been something that's a challenge. Also, when there's more than one student trying to get onto a Zoom call at a time, and especially if they're trying to use the same hotspot, often that will prevent either one of them for participating successfully in the lesson, because for whatever reason, the hotspot doesn't work for both devices. So that's been something that we've been trying to troubleshoot, but it's definitely a challenge that we're facing, along with teachers' ability to access internet consistently. That's something that the district hasn't been able to provide yet for teachers, is like hotspots or better internet access. And so I know that that is something that can be hard when you're freezing and your kids are like, Miss Trout, we don't know what you said. You've been frozen. And I'm like, okay, all right. So, you know, have to kind of regroup. But yeah, and the last couple things is just, you know, the tech support. Like I'm trying to like help them when there's issues, and that's really hard when you're talking to a 7 or 8-year-old and they're like, I don't know. And maybe mom or dad isn't as savvy with tech either, or there's a language barrier that, you know, there's all sorts of obstacles when a kid's like, I don't know how to turn on my computer, or like, I've been getting on Zoom, but now today it's not working. And you're like, okay, like you're on the phone with the mom, but you have 14 kids on your Zoom call, and you're like trying to navigate these different situations can be tough. Definitely. My last little note for things is that, like you guys said, the challenges that the parents reported in that survey would definitely reflect from my own personal observations. Those same things that parents were reporting as challenges, I notice on Zoom. One of them being that parents are working, and when they're working, you know, sometimes my students go with them to work and they're able to access their Zoom from work. Sometimes if parents aren't home, you know, then the students forget to log on, or, you know, whatever's going on. I have kids on Zoom in the car a lot. Like, I love the dedication. They are devoted to their education, but, you know, again, not as conducive for learning. And also some parents are having trouble paying for phone bills. So that creates a barrier for even connecting with them, like with my weekly message out to families with like kind of the lesson schedule. Like if you don't have a phone because you can't afford the phone bill, then that's create a new challenge that I didn't have at the beginning, and now I'm starting to face. So I don't want to make it sound like this is all bad, but I did want to make sure that you guys like have heard some of the challenges like straight from a teacher, just so that you have those things in mind moving forward. But yeah, there are also a lot of successes. The students are, you know, they just want to hang out with each other. They always ask for extra time, and they tell each other knock jokes at the end of lessons. Like they just want to hang out and be with each other. So there are definitely bright spots, and there is learning happening. Like I don't want it to seem all negative, but definite challenges with the distance learning. So that's my piece.
Thank you so much for sharing, Lauren. I really appreciate it. And I think it's really notable how much we're learning at this time about like what's working, what the challenges are. And these are things that we want to keep track of so we can respond to them and as we plan into next year. We have one more teacher who can share a little bit about the experience. Rhonda White, literacy coach and RTA president. Are you there, Rhonda?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am sitting in my car using my internet from my phone. So don't ask me why, just know that. So if I go out, you know why. I'm going to be very brief. One, the specials teacher, Melissa Brown, she's the lead. She was hoping to be able to be on this call, but she had to do something else. So I just want to let you know that art, music, and PE are all doing lessons as well. They're either doing weekly lessons or twice a week, or they're sending their lessons to the teachers and then they're sending them out. So I wanted to give the shout out to the specials teachers. I'm not going to repeat anything that anyone else has said. I'm just going to say School has not been canceled. It's just been moved to home. And so I want parents to know that teachers are being resilient. They're going above and beyond. They're doing everything they can to make our families and kids still connect with school. The Teachers Association would love to have the opportunity to do a full presentation to the board about actually what some teachers are actually doing. And maybe you can kind of get a little insight on what some of the classes or Zooms look like, as well as the district has been awesome in allowing us to have access to several different things. I think some of the teachers mentioned. I think one of the things that's been the hardest for the teachers, and I'll say me, I'm an old one, is the quickness of how fast we went from school to distant learning on the computer. There were so many new things to learn, so many things that you want to get training on, but the reality is there's no trainer flying in from anywhere. We are the trainer. So it's us getting on and saying, hey, I learned this new trick with Zoom, or, ooh, have you tried Screencastify? Or, ooh, have you tried Flip? So just want to give a shout out to everyone and say thank you. And hopefully that the board will allow the teachers to give a presentation on what they've been doing on Zoom.
Thank you so much, Jessica, Lauren, and Rhonda for sharing. I do want to share a little bit about the student survey, but I also thought I could pause and see if the board members had any questions for our teacher speakers.
I don't have questions, but I do want to say that I appreciate your honesty and transparency as far as what has been your experience. I think that it's important that we integrate all these observations and experiences to this task force, as we mentioned. So we kind of had an opportunity to get a feel of what this looks like and what are our obstacles and our barriers and what are our strengths. And I think that it's great that we have these voices and that they need to be a part of the conversation, because a lot of what I'm hearing, I'm not surprised by at all. I think our parents are doing our best with their home situation, but you know, a lot of them still have to go to work. A lot of them are essential workers. As far as the internet, I know at the high school level, they're having issues with the hotspots, having the capacity to keep up with the amount of online work that is necessary. And it also makes me go back to my original thought about, you know, let's continue to find different ways of reaching different students. I mean, I know we're moving to online, but I think for some families, that those paper packets, whatever they look like, might be more feasible because hotspots are running at a maximum, because some of these kids are having to be on the go because their parents' cell phones are canceling and you're not able to pay. If you have something physical that you know you can pick up and turn in, it makes it a little bit more flexible to a lot of the different circumstances that our families are dealing with. That being said, I once again, thank you to our teachers. I know you all are putting extensive amount of work. Nobody trained you all for this moment. This is unexpected. And it's taken a lot of flexibility, a lot of patience and dedication from everyone to be able to, you know, come together and push forward. So a big thank you. And I thank you for your honesty. And I really believe that we need to have these honest conversations on the task force level, and also see how the board can support any efforts that need to go forth and who we need to bring to the table as well. So I just wanted to say that before the teachers jump off.
Anyone else?
I was going to put it in the chat, but I want to make sure everyone knows teachers are packing up and purging and cleaning for 3 days. So we are packing, purging, and pass it along. So if anybody has any free time and want to come wear a mask and come help a teacher out, I'm pretty sure nobody will turn your help away. I mean, you know, anybody who's sitting at home twiddling their thumbs, I'm just saying.
Thank you so much for being part of the presentation. Like I said, I do want to share a little bit about the student survey for 3rd through 8th grade students, and also conscious of time. So we'll wrap it up very soon. We got 287 responses for the student survey, and this was sent to students by via their teacher's regular communication. So for example, Google Classroom we use in that grade span. And we started off asking a little bit about student well-being. So again, sorry, this one's a little bit small, but we asked for 3-5 students during the past week, how often did you feel? And the blue is almost never, red is once in a while, orange, yellow is many times during the week, and green is almost all the time. So the feelings across, starting from left to right, are happy, kind of even, excited, once in a while, safe, highest response is almost all the time, helpful, it's kind of even, mad, higher on the never or once in a while, bored, the highest is actually almost all the time, lonely, sad, worried, and scared. So like the most negative range of feelings, the highest responses were almost never, although there are some in the other categories as well. So we really care about serving the whole child, and we really care about monitoring our students' well-being while they're at home. And it's a difficult situation for pretty much everybody. So there's definitely some good things that we see in these responses, but we have to acknowledge those tricky feelings or negative feelings as well. For 6-8 students, we just asked it we had like slightly different words that we used. So for example, starting in the upper left corner, excited once in a while, happy, kind of even, safe, still almost all the time was the highest response, helpful, kind of even, grateful, the highest was almost all the time. I think that says a lot about our students. Hopeful, same. And then on the bottom, you can see more of the negative feelings. Mad, you see once in a while. Bored, also for 6-8 was highest for almost all the time. Lonely, almost never. Sad, worried, and scared, highest responses were almost never, but definitely some in the other categories as well. We also asked about schoolwork. So how confident are you that you can complete your assigned schoolwork this month? And so you can see actually a range there, not as much and not at all, but more evenly spread, like a little bit and mostly. And then in the past week, how challenging has your schoolwork been? So highest responses a little bit, and then you can see some responses in the other areas as well. Let's see. What is going well about distance learning? This was check all that apply. So that's why the 619 responses exceeds the number of students who completed it. And some of the most common responses were, I enjoy live video lessons. I enjoy working at my own pace in online programs. And then like Rhonda was saying, I enjoy enrichment activities like art, music, PE, making with the Makerspace Tinkerer, reading, and having different choices for learning, like live video lessons, online programs, etc. So those are a few of the things that students that are going well. And then what challenges do you have when you do schoolwork at home? Consistent with what the parents reported, which makes sense, and our teachers as well. So it's too noisy was the most common response. And then I just don't feel like doing schoolwork right now. The motivation one was the next highest. And then the schoolwork is too difficult. And then we did have some students say the schoolwork is too easy, but in this question, it was less so than the schoolwork is too difficult. And then over on the right side, my 53 students said my parent guardian isn't very familiar with English. So definitely good to keep in mind.
Through the chair. Yes, okay. Thank you. Laura, there, you might not have it on you, so sorry to spring this just out of the blue. I'm interested in what you saw in the other category about the challenges. of having school, well, working at home for school? Do you recall any of the outliers?
Yeah, I mean, we had another free response about this as well. And so some of the students said, you know, none, it's going well. I think the other similar question we asked was, what can your teacher or the school do to help you? So I don't have those in front of me, but a good number of students said nothing, it's going well. Some said, like, I like that they are available for us online. A couple said something about like explaining the directions a little bit more. Yeah, I think at least one student said like, I need a little bit more time to complete my work. But then there were also several comments that said, I like having more time. So I think we're sort of seeing the full range. And then similarly with too difficult or too easy, in the free response I saw, like even back to back, like one student would say some of the work is too hard, and then the next student would say some of the work is too easy. So I think to Jessica's point about differentiation, it's definitely something we want to think about, because the same as when we're in the classroom, the one same thing is not going to necessarily be targeted for every student. So thinking about, yeah, how we can think about that, how we can assess where students are and how they're progressing. Let's see. So some of the comments, I really don't like that we have to be apart. We definitely saw comments from students missing being in school. There were several comments that mentioned sisters. So this one was, I have little sisters who drive me crazy. But I have to say, I saw some that also said, my sister helps me with my schoolwork. She's like a teacher. So lots of sisters out there. My teacher is doing well at making sure we are getting our work done without pressuring us. One thing my teachers are doing well is that they give enough information so I can be able to complete and understand the lessons. Another student said, wash your hands. A couple students said, I hope we can do something for graduation. So it's good to hear their voices. So for next steps, it's really related to what we've been saying, which is to bring all of this information and really the full set of responses to our committee on like reopening / continuing some form of distance learning, which seems to be in the cards. And we'll take these different things into account as we make our plan moving forward. And the committee does include a variety of participants, from like central office staff to school site leaders, to teachers, coaches. So all those different voices are definitely really important to us. And we're really glad to have all of the data and information from the surveys to inform what we do moving forward as well. So that concludes the presentation. Are there any final comments or questions?
So through the chair.
Yes.
So thank you, Laura, for this presentation. It really gives us well, at least for myself, an understanding of what's going on in terms of what's working well, but also the challenges. And it's valuable information that we can use as we move forward. And once we figure out what the system is going to be, or use it to help us figure out what kind of system we're going to be using in the future. So thank you again for this.
Absolutely. And one thing I wanted to note that didn't show up in the survey questions is just how important relationships are between students and teachers. And we see often like students who have positive relationships with their teachers and their classmates from before student dismissal that are often looking forward to seeing them online. And so if we do have to start the year with some kind of distance learning, we have to keep in mind that it will be with brand new classes and a few brand new schools. And so we'll think a lot about how to address those challenges. But I think that's definitely something of note that will be pretty different in the fall compared to student dismissal starting in March.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the merger will go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Does anyone else have any other comments or questions before?
A comment that I'm really glad about those home visits. They are very important to make sure that the kids are doing well. I mean, everybody else is doing the distance learning. I'm doing myself, but I know my district is not doing the home visits, and this is something that really got to me. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I think that is all for that item. So we will now move on to item 12A, which is a consideration to approve the 2020-21 academic calendar, when I believe our Tony Stone will be leading us.
Thank you, President Polito. I just want to point out that you guys will notice there's a pretty late start date for us in August. And there's a few reasons why we've thought that would be the best option. One is obviously the school moves. So we've got teachers relocating and classrooms relocating. Additionally, with the COVID-19, everything is changing day to day. So the further we can push out the start, the more likely we'll be able to have a really solid plan for learning when our students return. I don't know if there's specific questions about the calendar that I can answer.
Questions or comments? I know, Trustee Wilson, you felt strongly about. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I thought it was such a late start date, but I mean, under the circumstances, we're not even sure whether we'll even be back in the classroom. So now I feel like it's irrelevant.
And I also do just want to point out that we did work to align the Sequoia spring break. So if, you know, at some point we get back to the classrooms, those are still aligned.
Does anyone have any other questions, comments about this proposed calendar? If there are none, then I will entertain a motion to approve it.
Make a motion to approve the calendar for next school year.
Thank you.
A second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito?
Aye.
Vice President Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Fitch?
Aye.
Trustee Guyona?
Aye.
Trustee Shabomian?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. That will allow us to move on to item 12B to approve the job description for special education mental health coordinator.
Sure, and I don't know, again, if there are any specific questions, but this position is a coordinator position, so it's a classified management position, and the coordinator would assess and provide services around mental health care to students both in the public schools, our schools, as well as the non-public and residential settings. And the county office of ed will be paying for this employee on staff, but right now it's just the approval of the job description.
Great. I'm happy to have the county support.
Yeah.
If there are no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
Make a motion to approve the item of approving the job description for the mental health.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito?
Aye.
Vice President Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Fitch?
Aye.
Trustee Guyona?
Aye.
Trustee Shabomian?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. We are moving on to item 12C, consideration to approve the updated job description for paraeducator 1.
Yes, so item D that will follow is an upgraded classification that brings on board a paraeducator 2 position. So this item is just essentially removing any duplicate duties that would be assigned to a paraeducator 2 as opposed to a paraeducator 1. So our para 1s will be working with students who have mild to moderate disabilities. And then the next item, which is the paraeducator 2, is where our paras will be working with students with moderate to severe disabilities.
And the requirements will reflect that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's why we're separating it out, which I think is a great idea. If nobody has any questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 12C.
I'll make a motion to approve item 12C.
I'll second.
Roll call.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Fitch,
Aye.
Trustee Guyana,
Aye.
Trustee Shibomahim.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. That moves us on to item 12D, which is part 2 of what Tony Stone just shared with us. So if there are no questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 12D.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'll make the motion that we approve of the item 12D, the job description for new classification paraeducator 2 position.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Fitch,
Aye.
Trustee Guyana,
Aye.
Trustee Shibomahim.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. 13A is not applicable. All members are present, so we will move to 13B, which is board policy revision for grade student achievement. Presented to the board for first reading and action. So I will entertain a motion to approve the board policy.
I'll make a motion to approve the board policy.
I'll
I'll-
second.
Oh.
You have a question?
No, I'll say I'll give
Oh.
you the second.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Fitch,
Aye.
Trustee Guyana,
Aye.
Trustee Shibomahim.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0. We're at the end of the agenda, which is the board section. We're almost there. So first is 13C, the naming of school subcommittee update. So I believe that is Trustee Gaona Mendoza and Trustee Wilson. I will hand it over to you all.
Aye. You wanna go ahead, Ms. Wilson?
Okay. So we initially had a meeting and we discussed the process. We have both, I believe, received some emails and letters from individuals who recommended some names, which we thought were good. But we are required to form this committee. So we're requesting that each board member submit the names of 2 people that we can begin to work with and start this process so we can move it forward.
Through the chair,
Yes.
should we submit those to? Who should we submit those to?
Superintendent.
Okay.
And do you have a deadline that you would like us to comply with?
Yeah.
We don't just, linger on.
Yeah, within the next at least another week, because we want to really, for me, I'd like us to have some name options to present to the board before we go on summer break.
All right.
Okay.
So that we don't have to keep using the address of the school.
Got it. Sounds good. So we have a week to submit names to the school.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Is that everything for that item?
I have a question on that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trustee Fitch.
Yeah. So someone mentioned kind of having like 2 different things for the 2 different sites. Because I think I really like the idea of representation from like someone from each site at least to represent their home school in this naming decision.
You mean like a staff person from each of the sites to be a part of the committee?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. I would rather only have one committee because it's challenging enough to bring people together. So I wouldn't want to have to deal with 2 groups of people.
Yeah.
We're one district. That's the reality. And if we have representation from all the sites, I think that should suffice.
All right. Sounds good. Okay, we will move on to the facility subcommittee update.
Through the chair, I'm sorry. Is there, I'm not sure if there were speakers.
I don't know. Let's ask Solomon. Solomon, are there speakers on this item? Usually.
There actually is one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you. Dean Larson, can you speak?
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. I just wanted to thank the board. It seems like you're doing an amazing job, and I'll keep it short because it's getting late. But I would recommend for two committees, actually, one for each of the two sites, as was spoken to earlier. And then I had a quick question: how would a community member join one or two of the committees, if that's what the board decides? How would they join the committee? Will that be decided later, or what that process would be? But anyway, I just wanted to thank the board for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson, do you want to answer?
Yeah, so I think that anybody that's interested can actually submit their name to the district. We're asking board members to submit names as well, but right now we don't have a limit on the number of people. Again, I want to reiterate, it's a lot easier to work with one group of people. I don't like the idea of having two committees because we're one district.
I would also suggest, Trustee Wilson, that they submit their names and their affiliation with the district so that we have also a balanced representation on any committee that is formed together. So.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I'd actually have a question to ask you guys. If you guys know, this is the second time someone has suggested having two different committees, sorry. And I'm actually of the opinion that we should have one, to your point, Trustee Wilson, because we're one district. So I don't understand why we'd need more than two. Do you know why people are suggesting two? Does anyone know?
I think because some people are, I mean, we all receive notice about, some people feel strongly about, let's say, Belhaven and what should happen with that school. And maybe they want the focus and the conversation to be around that. I think that's the only thing that I can think of, but.
I think people want one committee for Belhaven site and one committee for the Castaño site. But I understand the argument for having one committee total because we are one Ravenswood, and I'm for the, and just the complication of getting the committees to meet to begin with. So I think that's the reason why people are saying that, but I think one committee is fine.
And I think it's also important that we have a broad perspective as far as naming of the schools. There's going to be representation of the sites to share what something is meaningful to their site. But remember, these schools are for the entire community. They're for current students, they're for future students and families. So it needs to be something that resonates, I think, across the board. And that's why I'm okay with supporting a committee to talk about big picture. What do these schools mean and how do we want to move forward with the naming moving forward as a community?
I am guessing, to the chair, I'm guessing that probably they want to make sure that we have representation from both sides. And I think once we submit the names or people submit the names, if somebody's going to be checking those names, make sure that we have an equal balance on the people, that not too many from one side and not from the other, you know, kind of, I don't know. Just probably.
I think through the chair also, I think we put a lot of focus on the naming of schools to be a vehicle or the means to build school community. And I think that's why too, there was maybe a consideration of two committees so that the Willow, Belhaven community could come together and decide on the name, and Brentwood and Castaño community come together and deciding on the name. But too, I understand Sharifa Wilson's point about us being one Ravenswood, and this is not only school communities for the neighborhood and for the schools merging, but for future students in the district.
Yeah, for the entire district, for sure. All right, so with that being said, I think we can move on to a facilities subcommittee updates. Gina, I don't know if you have visuals to share with the rest of the board, because I know we wanted to update them on kind of the proposal we had based on feedback.
I don't have the visual.
Okay, so maybe we're gonna have to bring this back to the next meeting, but the reason why we agendized a facility committee update is because, as you know, we were closing out on the project, the bond project, and what we were gonna do with the comprehensive middle school. We had come up with a concept, but we wanted to get both staff and parent and student feedback, and they actually gave great feedback, and we kind of came to a consensus of what the final model and project would look like, and we wanted to present it to you all tonight just to share with you and get your feedback as well. But we might have to do it at the next board meeting. We don't have it on
Yeah, I
hand.
apologize for that miscommunication.
Okay, so
On
Trustee
my end.
Wilson?
Yeah.
Yes, I have in my notes that it's going to be the May 28th meeting that we do the presentation, because there wasn't enough time for the architect to put everything together for this meeting.
Okay, well, it's gonna have to be May 28th regardless, even though it's agendized today. So we'll
Well, to your point, I'm sorry, President Polito.
Yeah.
To your point, though, you did just inform the community and the public about the task force and the effort that teachers, we had parent and a student who's striving to be an architect as well, who had firsthand experience to work alongside staff and an architect to help design the future design of the middle school.
Yeah, so I think we're happy with the outcome, and we'll share that with you at the next meeting. So 13E, board communications. We're good? Okay, excellent. So our next regular board meeting will be May 28th, 2020. And we have adjourned our meeting at 10:24 p.m. We made it. Congratulations.
Thank you all, everybody.
Thank you for everyone who participated. Thank you, Solomon, for helping us as normal.
Yes.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Did Tony leave?
Still live on YouTube. Bye.